Okay, well, we certainly have a quorum present right now. Just want to welcome everybody to the first session of our 2021 budget review meetings. It is 4 p.m. on Tuesday, August 9th. We are called to order. And at this time, I'll do a roll call of council member present at the meeting this evening. Council members, please unmute your microphones as I call the roll and indicate by voice that you are here present. Councilmember Deckard.
Here.
Councilmember Hawk.
Here.
Councilmember Iverson.
Here.
Councilmember McKim.
Here.
Councilmember Munson.
Here.
Councilmember Wiltz.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum present and we'll proceed with our agenda. So before we get into the public comment segment and the budget request, we do have a couple of items for regular business that we will first address. So council, I would like your consent to amend the agenda in order to discuss and approve a statement addressing the proposal to increase the local income tax rate in Monroe County. We discussed this last Friday, and as instructed, I've worked with the staff to draft a statement for your consideration tonight. And so I'll just ask all of those in favor of amending the agenda so that we can discuss this statement after we hear the Highway Department's request. Please say aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Aye.
Point of order. I still think we need a roll
Need a
call.
second.
Sorry, I still think we need a roll call vote.
Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimous.
Okay, so I will read this statement and then, or I'm sorry, we're going to go to item 2. I'll read the statement here in a bit. So item 2 is our Highway Department. The agenda has been amended. And we have a request now to modify a position description for our Highway Department. Do we have a motion on this request?
Council, I move to approve the Highway Department's request to update the truck driver job description by lowering the required age from 21 to 18.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And do we have Ms. Ridge, I believe, is here?
Hello.
We'll
Let me
hear
see.
from her.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
So actually, when we were going through updating job descriptions, we believe there was an old requirement when they used to have chauffeur's license before CDL licenses came into effect. And it used to be the age of 21 that you would acquire those. Actually, you can receive a CDL license, which is what we require at the county, at the age of 18. So we were just asking for that modification. We've already talked to the legal department, we've talked to WIS, and we have talked to our insurance company. And nobody had any qualms of us meeting this, lowering this requirement.
Great, thank you. Do we have any discussion among council members or questions for Ms. Ridge? Mr. Deckard.
I just wanted to add support for this. This did pass out of PAC. And we know that Lisa is working with some urgency on getting this done. And I would urge passage to reflect this new labor change and need as they've discovered it.
Great, thank you. Any further comments or questions from council? Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote, please.
Motion to approve the removal of an age requirement for truck driver job descriptions for the Monroe County Highway Department. Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimous.
Thank you.
Great. So next is the item we just included on the agenda earlier. It's a statement regarding the local income tax increase proposal that I would like for us to consider for immediate distribution to our peers on the City of Bloomington Common Council. So I'll read the statement here, and this is as we discussed at our meeting on Friday last week. Dear members of the City of Bloomington Common Council, a letter distributed to the Monroe County Council by the Bloomington City Clerk on September 2nd, 2020 indicates that the Bloomington Common Council intends to hold a public hearing on September 16th for Resolution 20-13, which proposes an ordinance to increase the Monroe County local income tax rate from 1.345% to 1.595% for economic development purposes. We respectfully write to implore you to postpone any vote on the tax increase. As your peers, and with the utmost respect, the Monroe County Council would like to express our collective concern regarding the Mayor of Bloomington's proposed economic development income tax rate increase of 0.25% on all residents of Monroe County. For the following reasons, we urge all of our colleagues on the Common Council to devote substantially more time to collaborating with the mayor and the full local income tax council membership to most effectively plan and consider this proposed income tax rate increase. Monroe County residents are experiencing a global pandemic with no end in sight. The negative impacts of COVID-19 are real and continue to weigh heavily on all residents. In recent weeks and months, some of Monroe County's largest employers have announced plans for personnel furloughs and wage cuts due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. In addition, many small local businesses have had to make the difficult choice to close permanently or lay off staff indefinitely, causing a loss of income to a significant number of Monroe County residents and families. During such uncertain times when evidence of stress and depression are all around us and hitting us too close to home, it would be unwise to add to the stress our residents face by increasing their tax burden without a manifest and widely supported plan for its use. The self-imposed timeline of September 16th is not required by law. However, it initiates a series of required statutory actions involving the auditor and the other members of the local income tax council. The self-imposed timeline is not tied to any locally required timeline or need. The self-imposed timeline does not provide more time for the county council to act. Instead, it forces us to adhere to a predetermined schedule, which has no basis in law or necessity. The process for adopting and distributing the tax does not adequately reflect the statutory differences in the taxing units and their respective responsibilities. This provides an opportunity for us to advocate together, city and county, executive and fiscal, for reforms to the local income tax legislations that provide both units with the appropriate means to raise necessary revenue. With the health and welfare of our residents in mind, we respectfully ask the Common Council to, one, slow the process down. Let us please take time to plan and take seriously the fiscal obligations we owe to all Monroe County residents. There may be a time in the future when a tax increase is needed and the right action to take, but now is not that time. There is no need to fast track this legislation. And two, jointly advocate with the county for legislative reform that allows both units to raise revenue with appropriate input from residents in a way that recognizes the difference in needs and representation among the units. Please accept this letter in the spirit of collaboration which it is intended. Thank you for your consideration. So thank you for bearing with me as I read the statement there. I know it sounded like about 5 pages, but it was only actually 1. And we'll be sure to get this distributed to anybody who would like to have a copy of it as well. But my plan and intention for this was to get this immediately to the Bloomington Common Council if we agree to do that here through a vote. And they'll have it in advance of their meeting tomorrow evening, I believe at 7:30 p.m., where they'll be first considering this tax proposal. Is there any questions or comments from council members on the statement as presented? Councilmember Hawk.
Yes, I appreciate the council coming together to do this. Of course, I think it doesn't go a step far enough because I really believe that the city council should not have the authority to raise taxes on the people who cannot vote for the city council. So there are things about this that I would have changed if I was writing it, but I certainly feel like it's better than not responding at all. But at a time when it says in the future a tax increase might be needed, that is something I would hope that the county council would have the authority to do that on their own for council, the people who live within the council areas. So with that caveat, I'll support it. I mean, I would have liked to have had that further stated, but sometimes you just have to take what you can get.
Thank you, Councilmember Hawk. Any other questions or comments from council members? Okay, seeing none, is there any public comment on this item? It looks like we have one or a couple folks who would like to speak to this in the public.
Would you like to use the timer for this?
Yes. Yeah, we'll have, for this item, we'll do a 2-minute speaking limit. And we'll have an audible tone that will signal when there's 30 seconds remaining on the speaking time. It looks like Mr. Paul is first in line.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay. I'm concerned about how this plan is being presented to the public by the mayor's office. I pulled up today the explanation from the mayor. It's called their Sustainability Investment Fund frequently asked questions. One of the questions that it poses is, won't this tax have a disproportionate impact on low wage earners? Their answer is not at all. Unlike a flat tax on purchases. So right there, they're switching from an income tax to a sales tax. This tax is proportionate to income, so low wage earners will owe less than those with greater incomes. Of course, they're going to owe less. Someone making $1,000 a year is going to owe less than someone making $1 million a year. It's the percent of their income that's being used on this tax. And so for the administration to be putting out information like this, saying low wage earners or people living in poverty but working won't be adversely affected, is just wrong. And I really question if they're going to present it in this, I think, misleading way. Do you really trust the administration to spend the money once they've got it the way they say they're going to? I find it incredible that this kind of information is being out to deceive the public, and I hope people talk about it more often. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Paul, for your comments. And the next member of the public is Margaret. Margaret, could you please give your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Margaret Clements.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I'm opposed to this increase in the tax, not because I'm opposed to paying taxes in general, although I do believe in Councilwoman Hawk's statement about the importance of the county to be able to determine its own future. I have just, and its own taxation rates, and perhaps some of the benefits of those taxation rates on our hardworking and tax-paying community members. I am concerned, however, about a lot of wayward spending that I've seen and tracked through the city administration. And we're paying so much in out-of-town consultant fees. We're paying so much in terms of failed litigation attempts over and over. We're suing our own citizens and our own residents as just as an effort to kind of bully an idea of the city's development through, and I am opposed to this taxation because I believe in general it's being used to cover up some of the errors of those motivations, including what has transpired with the fire districts. The reason why the city of Bloomington's fire districts find themselves in need of additional funding is because they tried to strong arm members throughout the county into paying heightened taxes. And now having paid number one for the wheel in the first place, which is the city fire department, we've had to pay for its reinvention through the development of fire districts. And now we're being asked to pay for a third wheel, which is repaying for the city service that we had once already created. And I'm opposed to this tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clemens, for your comments. And Mr. Goodlad is next. Welcome, Mr. Goodlad.
Hello, glad to be here. So my thoughts on this tax. So I guess the first thing I want to state is I feel like there's a bit of a fallacy in the I guess the anti-tax argument that says that this is going to have like a horrendous impact on individuals. The amount is $25 per 10K earned, which is so that's not I don't think the big issue is that particular thing. Like there's much bigger factors, not just from the pandemic, but just from this economy in general, with increasing costs of living, healthcare bills, et cetera, that is just a bigger determinant of the misery. And if the tax went towards actual meaningful help and relief, then, I would say something different than what I'm about to say. Well, that being said, I question as to the transparency in general of this tax, because I get the explanation a little bit in far as trying to beat the state government and blocking it, though there's kind of two concerns. I guess the first is I feel like there has to be input from the county and just everyone in general. I feel like we as the people deserve to as a community deserve to have a say in where this tax goes. And right now, nobody knows what even it's being spent on. And, there's just not enough information to really make a decision. So I would pressure the city to give more of that information before.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Goodlad, for your comments. It appears that concludes public comment on this item. I'll go back now to council and see if there's any further questions or discussion. Mr. McKim, yes?
Yes, I just wanted to address a comments that both Councilor Hawk and Ms. Clemens, member of the public, made in that we need to emphasize the importance of giving county the right to determine county taxes or taxes for county residents, and that city council should not have the ability to impose taxes on county residents. And I completely agree with that. I believe that sentiment is in the letter, in the last point, in our request for them to jointly advocate with the county for legislative reform. We said that allows both units to raise revenue with appropriate input from residents in a way that recognizes the difference in need and representation among the units. That the purpose of that clause is precisely to advocate for a system where county representatives can determine county taxes and city representatives can determine city taxes. So I at least intended for that sentiment very much to be part of the statement that was being made. And I understand it have been worded in a way that might be different from the way that Councilor Hawk might have preferred, but I certainly agree with the sentiment.
Thank you, Ms. McKim. good point. I was going to make that point myself. Any other, Ms. Munson?
Yes, I concur with what Councillor McKim said, but more important, I think our letter indicates that we want to work collaboratively with the City Council for legislative change that would benefit city residents and county residents both.
Thank you, Councilmember Munson. Mr. Deckard and then Mr. Iverson.
You know, I spoke a lot on Friday about this, and the only thing I would add to that discussion about why I support this letter that we have done is the reality that this September 8th, 2020 is not like September 8th of 2019. We're in a very different time, and we are in a very difficult time where families are making lots of decisions and experiencing life different than they have in this county in long time, if ever quite like this. And given that, and given the stability of their elected representation, which I think Councillor Hawk, Councillor McKim, Councillor Munson are talking about, where Eltsville citizens have an Eltsville council that makes decisions for them. Bloomington has city officials that make decisions for and with them, and simultaneously county residents, 148,000 plus in all of the county would have county council making appropriate decisions. I think that makes sense. And certainly right now we need things that make sense more than ever on this September 8th of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Iverson?
Thank you for recognizing me. I've had a couple conversations with our colleagues over in the City Council about this very issue, and I look forward to working collaboratively with them on this. I think this is a great way for us to move forward with improving our community, and I know a lot of us are very interested in looking at long-term impacts of our decisions in terms of how we're going to move our community forward out of the situations that Councilmember Deckard was just describing. And I completely support this letter. The timing is just not right. The unemployment rate is high. People are facing evictions, and I was just talking today with someone about our food bank here in town. Hoosier Hills Food Bank is just seeing record numbers of people using their services, and I just in light of that, I support this letter.
Thank you, Mr. Iverson. Anything further from council before we take a vote? Okay. Ms. Miller will do a roll call vote, please, on the adoption of this letter.
On the motion to approve the statement regarding the local income tax increase, Councillor Iverson?
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. We have lost Councillor Hawk, and I have a hard time believing that she will be lost right now. She delayed not delayed, but indicated on Friday she wanted to make sure that we all could record our vote. And so if we could maybe delay vote for just a moment.
Sure. Hold on.
Sorry, I've never yelled point of order in any meeting, so I apologize. But I think she'd want me to.
But I'm glad you did.
Do we know if she is actively trying to get back into the meeting?
She is currently being promoted to panelist.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Deckard. I did not realize that we had lost Councilmember Hawk.
I'm back.
Okay.
Good.
Yay.
All right, so on the motion to approve the statement regarding the local income tax increase, Councillor Iverson?
Yes.
Councillor Deckard?
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Councillor McKim?
Yes.
Councillor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councillor Hawk?
Yes.
Councillor Munson?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Great, thank you. And for our council staff and attorney, we'll want to get this to the Bloomington Common Council office as quickly as we can. Hopefully they can have that first thing in the morning tomorrow. All right, so we'll move on now to item 3. which is, we'll kind of give a discussion here, an overview of our 2021 budget work session procedures. So welcome everyone again to the first of our 2021 budget review work sessions. During these sessions, we will accept, review, and discuss the departmental budgets that have been presented to council and that have also been published to the Monroe County Council website. We've had those there since mid-August. These meetings this week do not represent the final approval of the 2021 Monroe County annual budget, nor is it the formal budget hearing. Final adoption will occur on October 14th at 5:30 p.m. As we begin these meetings, each department will be invited to the Zoom platform. The budget name, fund numbers, and category request totals will be read into the record. Departments will be given the opportunity to explain any increases, decreases, or additions to their budget. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of department heads and elected officials. Council will also have the opportunity to make any recommendations to adjust account lines based on the discussion and needs of our departments. Council will then take a preliminary vote to pre-approve the department's budget requests that they've presented to us. Again, this is not the final approval of the budget. That is going to take place next month. Are there any questions or comments about how the budget sessions will work? This is all pretty standard from previous years. We do have one new member who's joined us since then, but hopefully he's been fully updated on all of this and and can ask. Certainly feel free to ask questions as we go as well too, if you have any. But
thank you.
Yep. Any questions or comments from council? Okay. So next on our agenda is an overview of revenues and expenditures. We'll have a brief update on the draft Form 4B from Council Member McKim. Mr. McKim, are you ready to present? And I would imagine you'll want to share your screen.
Yes, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Great. And we'll go ahead and turn it over to you now. Thank you.
Okay, let me just, thank you very much, counselors. I just, there haven't been a lot of, well, no, there have actually been a lot of changes since last time, although not mostly on the 2021. As we discussed at our last work session, it has been recommended that we build a model out for 3 years. And so I did carry this format through to the next 3 years. I'm not going to go through all these numbers in detail right now, but I would encourage you to go over them as you get a chance. And obviously, anything, particularly a model that goes out to 3 years, is going to have quite a few assumptions. And we may want to, at some point in the future, in fact, we probably will, want to discuss those assumptions, because obviously I put in numbers based on what I thought would be a somewhat reasonable but somewhat conservative way of looking at things. So what you see right now on the screen is the 2021 draft 4B, showing what our operating balances would look like given all the information we have so far. We are still showing for lit the 90% of this year's lit for 2021. I also added 2 lines here labeled pending budget items, the sheriff's merit deputy contract and 2.3% cost of living adjustment. This is not to say that we will vote for either of these or for these amounts. This was simply to kind of let everybody know that there are 2 somewhat large items that are not included in the proposed budget yet. And so you want to just kind of keep in the back of your head as we're moving forward that we still have a sheriff's merit deputy contract to consider, and it won't be presumed. I don't think it'll be done by the time these budget work sessions are over. And then we also wanted to discuss a cost of living adjustment, and I simply put in an approximation for the 2.3% cost. The 2.3%. We may choose a different methodology, a different percentage. Like I said, the purpose of this is just for us to keep this in the back of our mind as we're moving forward. This is all in the Dropbox, by the way, so everybody can have their own copy and download it and make annotations and so on. So like I said, I carried this forward to budget year 2022. I made a couple of, so of course there's a couple of assumptions in the model. There's the maximum levy growth quotient. I went through and put in the formula for the maximum levy growth quotient for this current year that comes out to 4.2%. And then, I just put in some, I don't know what our income is going to be like. Monroe County's, or the states rather. Remember, this is not Monroe County's income. This is statewide non-farm personal income. And so I don't know at this point what that's going to be. So I put in a substantial, I wanted to see what happens if income really goes down quite a bit from 2019 to 2020, and then what those maximum levy growth quotients would look like if things got really bad. And you could see, so I used 0.5 and 0.3% as the as those numbers. All right, and so those were plugged in to the maximum levy growth quotient. We can play with those numbers and see what impact changing various assumptions there. Yes.
Did you then go back and average that over the 6 years?
Yes, that's
You did?
Yes.
Seems like a real loss for just one.
It does say, I agree, it seems low. I didn't spend a lot of time actually looking at the impacts of the assumptions. So we may want to go back and look at that in more detail. The same thing is true with the property tax increase. I mean, we're just kind of pulling those numbers out of our heads right now, out of our hats. The change in miscellaneous revenue, the change in lit, which I modeled as 80% of the 2021 lit, which was already modeled as 90% of the 2020 lit, and so on. And the budget change, which I assumed would be just a 3% increase in the budget, except for the election budget, which changes based on whether or not there's going to be an election. And then again, I carried those same numbers through to 2023. And so, like I said, I don't want to go through these in any detail at this point, but I think we're probably going to want to, in a next work session when we don't have departments waiting to present, want to discuss these assumptions and kind of challenge them and see where they lead us. But as we can see by the end of 2023, we still do have, at least with the assumptions that I made, we still do have reserves left. We're below our desired operating balance. So we've essentially eaten up all the reserves in the general fund. But in this model, we haven't even touched the rainy day fund. Now, of course, if lit is worse than we had expected, or some other situations that we need to deal with, that number could be worse. So I guess I'll just move right back to the 2020 or 2021 model 4B and just see if anybody else has any questions about that. And what we'll do is we'll update this with any changes made to the budgetary numbers each night, so we can kind of see how the bottom line changes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the draft 4B updates? Mr. Iverson?
Yeah, Jeff, thanks for doing this. This is really great as usual. And, for those who are watching, they look down at that big yellow number as a negative. Can you kind of walk us through that and maybe why you're not, concerned or not concerned?
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. That yellow number is essentially this year's, 2021's projected, in this case, budget deficit of $216,000. And when I say deficit, I mean projected budgetary expenditures versus projected revenues. Obviously, there's a lot that could happen between now and then. One of the reasons why I'm not particularly concerned, it's a relatively small percentage of the overall, but also it assumes that 90% lit, which is a very conservative assumption. And by the time we actually make our final decisions on this budget, fortunately, we'll have a much better lit number. In fact, I think, what did we decide? September 15th? Is that?
Yeah.
We'll see our first estimates. So we'll have even some better information next week on the lit. So, but essentially that yellow number means how much for the funds in the frozen levy, which are general, election, health, I spelled health wrong, health, aviation, reassessment, and cumulative bridge. The budgeted expenditures exceed estimated revenues as they're shown in the sheet by 216,000.
And so based on this model as well, if we were to factor in the 2.3% COLA and the deputy contract, we'd be looking at a deficit of over $1 million.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Oh, and one other thing, that doesn't include PS Lit because that's not part of the frozen levy, but I included that number as well. Right now we have budgeted requests just for about 46,000 over budgeted revenue. But like I mentioned before, we also have an extremely high operating balance for the public safety lit, meaning that we have a high cash balance in that fund from previous years. So after we move through the departmental specifics, we might want to consider moving some of the expenses that we can from general fund to PS Lit, simply to maintain reserves in the general fund rather than splitting across some of the different funds. You know, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's still 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's not like we're making money by moving things to the PS Lit. We're just shifting it so that our reserves are primarily concentrated in one place so that they can be better monitored. And
exactly. Okay. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. McKim, for the update, and we'll continue to monitor this over the coming days. And now we will move to item 5, which is public comment on the departmental budget requests. So if you're here for public comment, now is the time to use the raise hand feature to secure your place in line for providing comments tonight. The rules we have set will allow for a time period of 1 hour for public comment this evening, if we need that amount of time. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide their comments. And again, when 30 seconds remain on the speaker's time, our TSD staff will signal an audible alert to inform the speaker that their time is about to end. At the end of the 2-minute speaking time, the microphone will be muted so that we can hear from the next speaker in line. I also want to remind the public that additional opportunities for providing comment on the budget will be available during our formal budget hearing in October. And so now I'll check with our TSD staff to see if we're ready to go. It looks like Mr. McKim has a question.
Actually, I'm inclined to make a motion. It does not look like we have a lot of members of the public in the room right now. So if that's the case, I would actually like to move that we change the amount of allotted time to 4 minutes per speaker.
We have a motion on the floor.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion among council members on Mr. McKim's motion? Seeing none, is there any public comment on Mr. McKim's motion? Public comment on the public comment motion? I don't see any there unless Ms. Clements had comment on this. I believe she had her hand raised though we may want to check with her to see if she has any comment on this, just for good measure.
I have no comment. I won't need the 4 minutes, but Councilwoman Hawk had her hand up, and I'll wait for my turn to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was just trying to understand what you had said. Are we taking it from now, and it'll be an hour from now, so we'll really won't be getting the budget started at 5?
Well,
what was your plan?
that was only if
Is
we
that what
had
you said?
that was only if we had a large number of people present who wanted to to provide comment,
Okay.
but we clearly don't. So Mr. McKim's
Okay.
made a motion to limit the total time to 4 minutes
Okay,
4
thanks.
minutes per speaker.
per speaker. Yeah. Okay.
Call the question.
All right. We'll do a roll call vote on the motion.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. So we will now have our public comment period, and it will be 4 minutes per person.
Excuse me, Eric. I think Kim might have something that she wants to say.
Yeah.
Is that right? She had her hand
I
up
don't-
and
She's got her microphone muted. I'm not sure.
Megan and I have to play mute our laptop kind of game. So I just wanted to say that as a reminder, we have had, 5 meetings with regards to public comment on budgets and that kind of thing. And that we have the public comment solely public hearing set up for September. So if somebody doesn't get to talk tonight, we have a whole evening dedicated for public comment regarding the budgets. And that's on this, September the 29th at 5 o'clock. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. And then I also wanted you guys to be aware that when we end tonight, Megan and I still have to stay after tonight and make sure things balance with any changes that you guys have. So I'm just asking that you be mindful of the time and, try and stay on point as much as possible. We would appreciate that.
Yes. I understand. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And hopefully we'll be able to get an early start here. And looks like Ms. Clemens is queued up and ready to go.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your good and hard work. I know it takes a lot of dedicated service, interest, and concern about your community to serve as a county council person. And I want to thank you for the goodwill with which you do it and the sense of responsibility and accountability that you serve us. As many of you may know, I'm a member of the Plan Commission, the County Plan Commission, the County Board of Zoning Appeals, the East Monroe Water Corporation. I've served on the MPO. I do a number of things also in terms of service to the county. And one thing, having had a human resources career that has become very apparent to me is that many of the hardworking people of our county are underpaid. And that's become an issue for me in terms of social justice. In one of your last county council meetings, I saw the state of the fire district quarters, and I think it was Councilperson Spoonmore who said, "This is an embarrassment to us." And I feel the same way, that that the fire districts need to be treated with more respect, that those lifesavers throughout our community and property savers throughout our community, they deserve to be treated better. And I also feel the same way about the county commissioners. They make half of what Vigo County commissioners make. And I don't think it's an accident that all 3 county commissioners are females. It's who would take a job that would pay that low. And as the complexity of the duties of the county increase, and this is primarily a result of the vulnerabilities that have arisen due to a town that is increasingly university reliant. The duties of the commissioners, they put in long hours. They each are working full-time jobs. And as with the coronavirus that's hit us, their responsibilities that they have shouldered have become more complex. And I think it's a matter of social justice that they should be paid. And I'm not talking about the person, I'm talking about the position. The positions demand more respect. And I think by paying them more, we in the county, throughout the county, would reap more benefits because they could dedicate themselves to a more diversified economic development program, and they could dedicate themselves more to the growing safety needs that the county is increasingly shouldering through the sheriff's department and through the fire districts and through the water and conservation efforts that we make. They could increasingly bear that responsibility without the distraction of having other full-time jobs. And I think that that's really an important issue. And it begins with the commissioner, but it ends at every level. We're a world-class county, and we need to pay our servants, our civil servants, accordingly. And I guess I took more time than I said I would, but thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any further public comment on the budget requests? It appears there is none, so we will now, we do, we have one.
Hello. Okay, so just a short observation of the budget, which is I noticed a $2,000, and I know some of it is because of actual versus proposed, but like the firearms budget for the sheriff's office it was like at $2,000 back in, I think, 2018, but it's 5,000 now, and now it's 7,000. And the reason is because something to do with like the state of firearms going away or something like that. I would be interested to hear what that's about. And as a general principle, I'm for demilitarization, which in general, the order of magnitude for demilitarizing isn't very high, at least with the sheriff, where there isn't, much equipment. And also with BPD, with things like gas masks, order of magnitude is not much. So not calling for a defund, just scrutinizing, what the firearms budget is. That's all. I'll yield.
Mr. Goodlad? Okay, and so that will conclude our public comments, and now we'll move into our budget reviews. And first up tonight is the Monroe Circuit Court. I know we have a lot of representatives here tonight from the courts. Not sure who all needs to be promoted to presenter.
I've already sent a list to TSD as to who is presenter and who is speaker.
Very
so so they know for right now who's going to do what. So
okay,
great. Shall I go ahead and make a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, council, I move to open discussion on and review Fund 1000-0225 General Fund Courts. Personnel, $2,856,985. Supplies, $29,051. Services, $403,322. Capital, $0, for a total budget of $3,289,358.
Second.
Hi, this is Lisa Abraham, the court administrator, and I'm here with Judge Dekoff as our presiding judge to present this budget. I have presented this budget. It is the same as last year. I've submitted the salaries pursuant to council, where it's just 26 pays instead of 27 pays. The only really big difference is the Commissioner Raper's salary, since council approved this year that his raise will go in effect on July 1 when the judges receive their raise, because he is paid at 75% of their salary. His was really the only substantial increase in this budget.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Abraham. Are there any questions or comments from council on the budget request? Mr. McKim?
Yes, thanks. I do notice that a couple of our problem lines in the past have always been the special services, pauper attorneys, and guardian ad litem, and all of those appear to be the same as 2020. So, do you feel like we're at the right amount now? Have those increases kind of stabilized? What are you seeing?
Well, since we were closed for a few months, that has helped out tremendously. But the thing is, I expect a lot of those to be down by the end of the year, because that's when I usually get all those high bills to come in for the public defender. The only one I am concerned right now, recently with special services, is a lot of mental health evaluations that I am at the point where I am going to have to start transferring between now and the end of the year, but I should be fine this year, obviously, and I'm hoping that's just a fluke. So that's why I did not change anything for next year.
Okay. And have we, I know that having the law office's bill so far in arrears was a big problem in the past. Is that getting better?
Yeah, I keep pounding the main ones that we have all the time to keep getting those in quicker. So I've been watching them and they're coming in more sporadic. So I'll start hitting them up, especially now with the last quarter just around the corner from us.
Thank you very much.
Great. Any other questions or comments, Michelle?
I have a question. Do you want me to screen share the budget?
I think that would be helpful. Would others want that? I've got mine pulled up here on my screen at home, but I know that may not everybody has multiple screens in front of them.
I think that'd be very helpful. I'm staring at something that is microscopic, but we could do it either way.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and share the screen share the budget.
Let's see if I can figure it out here. What's her location number?
It's 1000-0225.
Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. And then if any council members have questions about specific lines, we can just scroll down.
Yes.
So we can see what we're looking at. Are there any other questions regarding the court's budget request?
Mr.
Go ahead,
President,
please.
I was just going to say, I think Jeff hit the question that I was curious about with the pace and timing and how things were going, given everything. And Lisa, I appreciate Lisa's comments on that. I know our system, everything has been affected by what we're going through, including us meeting like this. So I appreciate her comments on that.
How do I?
Anything further? Ms. Hawk?
Yes, I just thought people would want to know that the clothing allowance is not, it's not so the people that work in the courts get money for the clothing. But Do you want to explain what the clothing allowance is? So anybody that wants to see the clothing allotment, what that's for?
Yes, the clothing allotment is used for the judges if we have to purchase new robes. So I will be purchasing I know at least one new robe for this next year. Last year, 2 years ago, I had to purchase 4 new robes. It also is for our bailiffs because they have to wear a certain uniform. So that is if we have to new vests or whatever security for the bailiffs.
But it isn't always the same amount. It's just as needed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiltz.
Thanks. And yeah, I actually had the same questions as Councilor McKim about the pauper attorneys and guardian ad litem. I remember from last year that we talked quite a bit about that and trying to put something in place to get payments maybe a little bit more regularly. So hopefully that is working. There's a highlighted cell there, 32,710. Could you just talk about what that is? And it's got a whole bunch of variation in the numbers.
Special services. Okay. Oh, 32710. That was a code that actually Kim noticed that we had it incorrect last time. So it was just corrected from the budget that I had to prove. So that was just a mistypo. So that's all that is.
That's why it's okay. And what does what does special services cover then?
Special services and covers my interpreters that the grant does not cover. It also includes, I've got it all. I made a printout here in case you asked me that question. So I don't miss anything.
While she's looking that up, what I'll also say is we have several special service account lines. And so every year we try to get rid of or minimize everything down so that we're just using one account line. And so the courts was still using an older number. So this is going to be allowing us to have everybody have the same account line number for special services.
I see. Okay.
Okay, the bulk of special services is my interpreters and the mental health evaluations is what the bulk of that is. Almost every single thing is those 2 categories.
And it looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, 2019 actuals were a lot more than 2020. And then you're requesting the same as 2020. How is that working? Was there?
We don't know. You know, we never know until someone files like an insanity defense in a criminal case. So it varies from year to year. Last year we had an influx on that one year. I do know because we had a psychiatrist that we were using regularly, and he was from another county, got into his own trouble. So we had to have some evals redone because of his own criminal activity. So that's why that year was high.
Goodness.
Yes, one eval is usually averages about $1,200 for one mental health eval. And we have to have 2 per person. So they start adding up. Then we had to have, like I said, redone because of that situation that one year.
So you're pretty comfortable then with the rate back down at 35,000.
Yeah, like I said, this year they've gone up. So my special services right now is down to about $63 for the rest of the year. And I just received this week 3 bills for $1,200 each. So I'm going to be doing some transferring. So I'm hoping, since we were closed for 3 months, I have some line items I can transfer from instead of having to go back and ask for an additional.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
Okay. Councilmember Hawk?
Could you remind us again why we can't take part of that guardian ad litem charges and put it over into juvenile?
Oh, it's juvenile. Because
or have we already, we already split that?
Well, I know that was all together last year, and you guys split out my GALs and my pauper attorney into 2 separate, so you guys could watch it closer. So it's always been in my budget because a lot of those may not be just for juvenile. A lot of them are in divorce cases. We will have GALs.
Right, I know you said it wasn't all for juvenile, but
Correct.
But juvenile has a considerable amount of money in their cash that it seems to me what we can put over there, we should try to.
Yeah, I don't remember where we left that, but I agree. If there's anything that could possibly be moved over to lit special purpose, we should.
I recall that we decided to just split it, and then the courts would submit a report at some point in time, so that you guys would know how much was juvenile and how much wasn't, so that you could then decide later if you wanted to put so much money into juvenile.
Let's just do it. We can always do an additional here if that doesn't work. All right? Or
yes.
No?
Yeah, but do we have the information in front of us? I'm curious if Judge Galvin has a
That's
comment
the
on
reason I jumped in.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Judge Galvin.
Well, I was just going to say, we want to make certain that whatever we do fits under the statute. And so I do think you want the county attorney to take a look at that. I agree with the sentiments both of Marty and Jeff that everything we can utilize this for what we call the J-COET would be a good idea. But let's make certain that this is going to fit under the statute is all I'm going to point out. And then we do need to know, needs to be broken out according to what is devoted to juvenile guardianships. And this also takes in guardians ad litem for adults in guardianship cases.
Mm-hmm.
So you need more information, definitely.
Well, I think we should go ahead and at least have our attorney investigate that and then get some kind of estimate on the numbers so that we could break them out.
Just because
Yeah, go ahead.
just because we would move the money around and put a line item and a budgeted amount in the juveniles, that doesn't mean that we would do anything other than spend it on juvenile issues, and that would have to be split up. So if it was possible, I think we should try it.
Okay. And our county attorney will look into that. Do we know about when we might be able to get an answer on that, Ms. Rice?
I know we went this before and they said we could.
I'm sorry, it took me a minute to unmute. Yeah, we've looked at this before, and I'm pretty sure that this would be acceptable, but I want to double check the statute. I can look at that and have an answer for you by tomorrow night.
Okay, great. Very good. Thank you. All right, and any other comments or discussion on the court's budget? One thing I wanted to check in on, I get asked from time to time is, and maybe Ms. Abraham or Ms. Rice or Ms. Shell can help provide some additional insight here, is that, clearly our court's budget and the general fund, it funds a lot of personnel. And then you look down at the judges and you only see, a very small fraction of the compensation that other employees in the general fund are receiving as well. And people may say, well, how can you only pay your judges $5,000? But that's actually just a supplement, right? And the judges are considered state, their compensation is funded by the state. How does that work?
Yes, this is Judge Dekoff. The judges are considered to be state employees, and so our salary is paid by the state. And that is why when you look at the county budget, the $5,000 that the council has per the statute, per the law, awards comes out of the county general, but our salaries come out of the state
Yep.
Budget.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, this is Marjorie Rice, County.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that the amount, that small stipend that's in the county general is, it's not a mandatory amount per statute, but it is something that the county has gratuitously offered for many years. So it is not tied to the state-based compensation that Jeff just talked about. But it's just sort of an extra add-on that the county council has provided in the past.
Great. Thank you. That just for the public's awareness there. Ms. Hawk, did you have a question?
I just had a comment that when we added the extra 2 courts on, it increased the amount of our allowable levy, which then increased the amount of the income tax that we were allowed to receive. And so in many ways, we need to remind ourselves that our income tax did go up in part to help support the courts, as well as when we added on the major bridge fund, that also included an allowable extra levy. But just as a reminder that we did bring in extra dollars to cover it. We brought in new taxes and property taxes, and that allowed then for more of the pot of the income tax.
Okay. All right. Well, if there is nothing further, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the Monroe Circuit Court's general fund budget.
Councillor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, I moved to open discussion for and review Fund 1114-0225 Lit Special Purpose Fund Courts, Personnel $136,433, Supplies $2,625, Services $221,046, Capital 0 for a total budget of $360,104.
Second.
Okay, this is the money in the juvenile court that we moved to the lit special purpose to help offset county general. It is a 75-25 split with Judge Galvin's court reporters. And this is again based on 26 pays, and I made no changes for next year.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. McKim?
This isn't so much a question, just a comment for the public and for my colleagues that lit special purpose is the same as what we used to call juvenile coet, and the name changed. Lit special purpose isn't particularly helpful, but it is essentially, it is a local income tax rate that is countywide and is earmarked specifically for juvenile services.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. We will we'll have a roll call vote to accept the court's lit special purpose budget.
Go. Councillor Munson,
Yes.
Councillor McKim,
Yes.
Councillor Deckard,
Yes.
Councillor Hawk,
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councillor Iverson,
Yes.
Councillor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 2200-0000 Alternative Dispute Resolution. Personnel $0, supplies $900, services $18,100, capital $2,000 for a total budget of $21,000.
Second, but we did miss the public safety,
Yeah.
yes, lit. But why don't we just go ahead?
Just switch them. Yeah, that's fine. We can do this one now and then go back to public safety. Lit. That's fine.
Okay, this is the money that is set up by statute. It's $20 from every divorce case goes into this fund, and it's with the filing fees. That we can only use this for certain things, and it actually funds our counsel in the court program that we have on Fridays that gives out free legal advice. So the budget is the same as it's been over the last few years.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? Okay. Doesn't look like there's any very straightforward budget. We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilor Iverson?
I think he said yes.
I didn't, sorry. Councilor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Not present.
I think she may be having some technical difficulties.
Councilor McKim?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, now, Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0225 Public Safety Lit Courts. Personnel, $0, supplies, $0, services, $219,149, capital, $0, for a total budget of $219,149.
Second.
Okay, this is our public safety budget that pays for our ASI guards that are housed at the Charlotte Zitlow Building, the Curry Building, and Community Corrections Building. The increase was due to the raises that the guards got in 2020. And if you guys recall, I was before you in August to get the additional appropriation to finish that out. So this will make me obviously be perfect for next year due to their raises.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Deckard?
And I recall the raises was contractual, wasn't it? Or am I wrong on that? Gotcha.
Yes, it's all contractual.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
How long are those contracts for again?
All I know is we do obviously for a year at a time. So I don't know if Margie has what the actual contract is for how long they are. So I don't know how long their contract is for. I just know it comes out of my budget.
I actually do not know the length, but again, I will add that to the list and I will find that out. I'll have to pull the contract and find out.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote to approve or to accept the court's public safety lit budget.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor McKim?
Yes.
Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to approve for discussion and review Fund 2511-0000 Jury Pay. Personnel category 0, supplies 0, services $24,500, capital 0 for a total budget of $24,500.
Second.
Okay, this is also set up by statute. It's $2 from every criminal court goes into this fund, and it is used to pay for jurors and jury meals. And we use this to offset the other in county general. We also have a jury pay fund also, and this budget is the same as it was last year.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Hawk?
Okay, so if we need more dollars, if we should have a big jury trial, that's not to say we might not. I mean, we may. Then what happens? I don't recall ever having to do additionals there.
I've never had to either. When I was a jury coordinator for 19 years before this, between the county general jury fund and this one, I've never ran out of money between the two. We've got, I think, pretty close, but we've never had to do an additional in this.
Thank you.
What are the per diem rates for jury pay?
It is $15 a person if you come in and you are not selected to be seated on the panel. It's $40 if you are seated on the panel. And then your mileage. And mileage is set by statute. And it fluctuates anywhere between about 34 cents and 44 cents, depending on per mile round trip, of course. And that's set up by statute. So I think it might be 36 cents or 38 cents right now.
And for a typical jury member, how much time are they spending getting?
I'd say typically 3 days.
Typically, I'd say on average 3 days.
Did you say $15 a day? So that's 45.
Well, 15 is only a one-time thing because you're excused then on day one.
Right.
But the $40 would be per day. So if there are 3 days, that'd be the 120. And then mileage is, of course, times 3 for each day also.
Okay.
Active.
Mr. McKim and then Ms. Hawk.
What's the cash balance in that fund approximately?
I looked that up today. Cash balance was $75,484.
Okay, so there's quite a cushion if we were to have a big trial there.
Yes.
I think we have that cushion right now because obviously when the AR-17 by the Supreme Court went into effect based upon what not only we asked for, but what the state Supreme Court mandated, jury trials were not allowed for a significant period of time. We're now looking at the feasibility of jury trials given the safety factors with COVID-19 and how we would do that. We've had a considerable amount of discussion about how that would look and how we're going to be able to do that going forward. Our belief is that if there is a jury trial or a couple in 2020, what we are expecting is that 2021 there will be a significant amount of jury trials simply because we are going to have to try cases. But at this moment, there's a lot of hesitancy by not only the litigants, but by the community as to coming in and serving on a jury.
Councilmember Hawk?
Yes. Is there some kind of statute that says the amount that the jurors are supposed to be paid per day? Or is that up to the county council to adjust it and make it more fair?
That's set by statute. That's set by statute.
Okay, so we couldn't increase it even if we would choose to.
I don't believe so. I mean, I've never looked into it, but I don't believe so.
I think we should check into that because I've heard before if people are required to be on a jury, then it could really cost them a lot of their paycheck if they are not being paid by an employer for those hours. So
I believe
it can be a real hardship for somebody.
That's exactly right. But I believe, Marty, that there's a range. $40 is, I believe, the high end range of that amount of money. 15 is the lowest, 40 is the highest. I believe that the reason that it exists that way is so that you don't get a great disparity amongst people, depending upon what county they're serving in and the willingness to be able to pay jurors based upon the amount that county is willing to pay or is able to pay jurors. So we do pay the high end based upon how it's set.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on the jury pay budget? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the court's jury pay budget.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 4903-0225 Juvenile Per Diems. Personnel, 0. Supplies, 0. Services, $300,000. Capital, 0. For a total budget of $300,000.
Second.
Okay, this money is used to pay for our juvenile detention, and it's the same budget as last year.
Very good. Question, Ms. Munson.
Yes, the spreadsheet shows that there was 300,000 for last year, but none for 2018 or 2019. Would you explain how this fund has evolved?
Well, I do know that way back when it was in my budget, and then for those 2 years, it got moved to the YSB's budget, and then it got put back into my budget.
Okay.
So it's there, but you'll find it in the YSB's previous to me.
Okay. And one other question, please. How much was expended during 2020 so far?
I have, so far this year, we've spent $56,437.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wow.
Mr. McKim, did you have a question?
I was actually going to ask pretty much that same question, but also I guess maybe I'll ask, do you know approximately how many youth we have in detention, secure detention right now?
I'm hoping Judge Galvin is still on the line, can answer that question.
I am. One.
Thank you very much. I know that people are always, both counselors and members of the public are always kind of surprised to hear how low our numbers in detention really are here in Monroe County. And I think this is, again, just a testament to the investments we make in youth services rather than youth incarceration.
Good.
Councilmember Hawk?
Yes, I might have missed this because I was trying to pull up the budgets on my iPad. Did we discuss why we are still calling this juvenile per diem fund? Because I think we determined last year during budget sessions, it's not just the juvenile per diems. It is just simply the county's per diems. And that fund can be used for anything that we could use for county general. And didn't we put something else in there last year, Jeff? What, or is it just because we moved juvenile detention over there? But it's not just for juvenile issues.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't remember the why it got changed back to juvenile per diems, because it was county per diems for a while.
It's supposed to say county per diems, and it can be used for anything that we want to use for county general, because those dollars used to go right into county general as a part of the miscellaneous revenue. I think we set it out at one time just trying to save back for the facility, but that was a choice. We don't have to do that. And so I think that the title of it needs to be changed to per diem funds or put it back into miscellaneous revenue.
Was this set, is this fund set up by, I'm just trying to remember the history of this. Is this set up by a commissioner's ordinance of some kind or resolution? I seem to remember that.
Yeah, right. But it was clearly, when we went back to research it, it was set up so we could use it for anything, any purpose.
Okay.
Mike Flory looked that up for us, if you recall.
I do
So
remember.
we might want to take another look at it, but because we did find it was like in an ordinance or resolution or something, but it was not just for juvenile issues.
Okay, so I'd like to know more about the sorts of revenue for this fund.
Would you like for me to address that at all?
Sure.
I mean, I know the revenue is way down.
The way we get this money is that every year the Department of Child Services does a desk audit and looks at how much it costs basically to have a youth here in our shelter. And they determine a per diem that they are willing to pay for youth that are placed by DCS or probation. And we bill them for those youth, and then they pay into the per diem fund, and we bill them monthly for that. And that amount is set every year and varies from year to year, depending on what we spend money on. So that's how the revenue is generated for that, for the juvenile per diem fund or county per diem fund or whatever you're going to rename it.
Thank you.
Councilor McKim.
And so what is the cash balance of this fund right now?
The cash balance was 56,473, which is funny because that's what I've got spent. I had Missy run these numbers. That's what she told me was the cash balance.
Well, it's a balance.
That doesn't make sense, that there's only 56,000.
No.
Kim, do you have that?
Yes, I do. The current cash balance is $1,104,739.
And then are there any unspent appropriations for the remodel or anything like that that's still out there?
We have unexpended balance of $371,977.
Okay. So there's over 600,000 in
good shape
unappropriated funds in there.
So
yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilmember Hawk.
right, I think we can, when we're doing our projections on this fund, the revenue this year, I'm sure, is not anything like it has been, because the placements, at least the last we checked, the placements are down simply because of the COVID situation. But I think we need to change the title of it, because we may need to use that fund for whatever in order, and not just now, but in the future. And nothing should be budgeted out of that without coming to the council. No furniture, no anything, because at one time it was thought if we just, they were allowed to spend it for other things. So we just can't do that now. Because they have more money than we do.
Did you want to make a motion to change the name?
Well,
Personally, I think we need to research that. Don't we? If there's a resolution that created it by the commissioners that's labeled a certain way, I think we need to make sure everything aligns at the very least.
I think you'll find out, because we did it. We've already did this. We did this last year.
Okay, well,
300,000 for detention is no way are we going to spend $300,000 for detention costs. I mean, if this should proceed as it has been, I mean, we're not spending that kind of money.
Mr. Deckard?
I had a procedural question. As I recall last year where we had issues like this where we needed further clarification, we just itemize those and then perhaps address those the following day's budget hearing. Is that correct?
Is that the typical way? I don't recall.
It seems like I remember something like that.
That would be
We can do it. We can do it at the budget hearing. We can do it at the at budget adoption. I mean, just depending on how much time it takes to research and resolve the issue. You know, we have several options for.
Yeah. We'll certainly look into it.
Or if we know what it is and it's quick, we just fix it at the beginning of the next day, we go boom, and then that's done.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on the juvenile per diem budget? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the course juvenile per diem budget.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 8895-0000 County Title 4D Incentive.
Second.
Oh, okay. Do I need to list the numbers?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Personnel, $40,410. Supplies, $0. Services, $0. Capital, $9,500 for a total budget of $49,910.
Okay, second.
The money in this fund comes from the collection of child support. Monroe County will receive federal incentive money depending on how much money is collected in comparison to other states. The only increase in this budget is in the Commissioner Raper's salary. His salary is 75% of the judge's salary, and 25% of it comes out of this budget. The judges will now they get their increases July 1. And again, I was before the council on August 11th, since you guys agreed that his salary will now increase starting July 1. So that's why there was an increase in his salary higher than what normally would be. And that's the only change I made in this whole budget.
Mr. Deckard?
Help me understand something. Is this grant dollars we get if child support compliance is good in the county, or help me understand that a little bit more on how it's determined what we get?
Yeah, we get a combination of the money when we do collect for the child support, and we get 4D incentive money, which is stuff that we get with the Title 4D that we get reimbursed for. So it kind of all goes into one pot, which helps us out with paying his salary.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any comments? Okay. We will do a roll call vote on the Title 4D incentive budget.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. Next up is our probation department.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0226 General Fund Probation. Personnel category $2,499,338, $0 in supplies, services, and capital for a total budget of $2,499,338.
Second.
Welcome to our probation department representatives. Feel free to give us
We have a few people on the Zoom call here. I'm Linda Brady, Chief Probation Officer, and our presiding judge, Mary Ellen Dekoff, is also on, and Troy Hatfield, Deputy Chief Probation Officer. who does a lot of our budget projection work, is also on the call.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. Just the budgets that you have before you tonight don't include grant budgets. The probation department is funded by various sources, the county general or the tax-based dollars, the grants that we received, and user fees. And any given time, we might have between 18 to 25 budgets, just depending on where we are with with the grant years. So over the past several years, we've worked with the county council and our liaisons to try to get some of the high dollar salaries out of the soft funds of the user fee budgets. And that has worked out very well, which Troy can talk more specifically later when we get to the user fee budgets. But we've really stabilized over the years. We were in danger of, in a couple of those funds, of completely losing those funds because of too many salaries put into the funds. But over the years, everything seems to be really stabilizing because of the funds that have been moved, or the salaries that have been moved to the more stable tax-based funds. So this past year, 2019, we were funded about 55% tax, 18% user fees, and 27% grants. That's a huge change from when I started many, many years ago. We were almost 50% user fee funded. So we've really made a lot of changes over the years to stop relying so much on user fees, and definitely have stepped up our grant writing game as well to get a lot more grant funding. So that's kind of the overview for all of the budgets that we're going to be talking about. The main change from last year to this year is a 3% probation officer raise that was decided by the Judicial Conference of Indiana. And other than that, we'll go through each of the budgets, but that's the main change that you'll be seeing in all of the budgets.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Ms. Hawk has a question to start.
A question, a statement. When the state ruled that they would tell us what we were going to pay probation officers throughout the state, so it didn't matter whether you were in a small community with low cost of housing or whether you were in a large community where it was very expensive, probation officers were paid the same. And I know at the time that we were at a state meeting and the county councils were very concerned about how we were going to cover these expenses. And it was made clear to us that while we must pay what the state tells us we must pay, they do not tell us how many we are supposed to have. So many counties had to reduce the number of probation officers in order to meet the obligation of paying them the salaries. We've not had to do that, but I think we have to keep an eye on that, because if indeed the revenue should drop off in the next couple of years where we have to make some tough choices, we also have to think about throughout the county where we might have to make the choices.
Thank you. Mr. McKim?
Yeah, Ms. Brady, I'm very glad you made the comments that you did about user fees and the fact that we are much less dependent on user fees for operations of the probation department than we used to be. It just seems like this is something that, a few decades ago, not just in Monroe County, but everywhere, there was really a philosophy that let's fund as much as we can in the justice system on user fees. The term became known as cash register justice. And I think as we've learned a lot more, and I think people are more skeptical about mass incarceration. We as a society realize that funding the majority of our justice operations on user fees is bad public policy. And I've been really glad to have partnered with, between the county council and the courts and the probation department and the board of judges to move these positions that you described, these salaries, out of the user fee funds into the tax supported funds, so that really we are no longer as dependent on user fees for just the provision of those basic services. I think that's not only positive from the perspective of the sustainability of the funds, but really from as a matter of public policy.
I appreciate you saying that. And also our probation officers, they're not supposed to be collection agents. That's not what they were hired for. That's not why they went to college and got a college degree. And that's not what the judges want us or need us to be doing. Our job is to help offenders so we can reduce recidivism. And collecting fees is just it's a necessary part of the job, but fortunately it's not the main focus on a day-to-day basis for our department, thanks to our work with the county council.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes, and thank you both for mentioning that, because at the time that a lot of it was being covered by fees, the council really didn't have a lot of choice. We didn't have the additional money, but our income tax revenue has changed what we're able to do. But when I say that with these raises that the state has required that we present there, how many are working 40 hours a week? Because I don't think they tell you how many hours you're supposed to say at the state level. I don't think they tell you number of hours. So
they don't. So the only probation officers who are working 40 are on the management level. So myself, Troy Hatfield, Becca Strite, Community Corrections Director, but everybody else is a 35-hour work week.
But if, I mean, just a question in general, if during these raises, if we said, okay, but now you're all going to be at 40 hours, because it's not figured so much in hours, figured your yearly salary. Is that correct?
Well, the time that the county did decide to increase our work week for some of us, there was a commensurate raise in pay for that. So their precedent has been set to do that. Now that's obviously a different decision, but yeah, the probation officers that are working right now at this point are 35 hours. Now across the state, it varies. The majority of probation departments work 35-hour work weeks. There are a few who work 40. There are a few who work 32.5. So it's kind of a mix. And also just to note, Marty, that the salary schedule, that's a minimum salary schedule. It's not the maximum. And there are counties that do pay more than the minimum salary schedule.
Mr. Deckard?
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, Linda, and thanks for so many of your team members joining us. I had a question. I know that you, around the state, I know that you are very involved and very up to speed on the things that are going on, as well as your team. And we're always trying models, projects, et cetera. And I appreciate the thorough reports that we get on all those. My question is, can you, for those of us that are newer to some of this, can you tell us, when the state did mandate those salaries, I know the state just doesn't do anything just out of the blue. What were the circumstances that maybe led to that? I know not necessarily here, but certainly other areas. Can you talk about that?
Well, the one of the main reasons was probation officer turnover. In the state of Indiana, to be a probation officer, you have to have a 4-year college degree minimally. And probation officers at the time were paid far below other similar kinds of positions, teachers, law enforcement officers, anybody else who had a 4-year degree. There was a legislative study, a 3-year legislative study that looked at probation pay across the nation and found that Indiana was amongst the lowest paid. They also found that our judges were amongst the lowest paid in the nation. So this wasn't something that they did lightly. A 3-year legislative committee studied this matter. In fact, they made recommendations to pay a lot more than what was eventually adopted, but you have to start somewhere. And so the legislature started with the minimum salary schedule and increased user fees at the time to help fund that. So that kind of got us into the chase of having to chase user fees because of the way the salary schedule was put in with no other state funding.
Thank you.
And just to say too, on our local level, for probation officer turnover, we were close to 50% turnover at the time with our department because of the low pay. And in fact, when I got hired, Vicki Tavenel hired me, she asked me if I was willing to make a 1-year commitment, because at that time, a 1-year commitment was all she could pay for and all she could ask for. And I said, I think I can do 1 year. And 36 years later, I'm still here.
Good hire, Vicki.
Yeah, we're very glad both of you are still here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Brady. When did you say that study on salary of probation officers and judges occurred?
Happened in the late 90s, early 2000s. In fact, Iris Kiesling from our county, she was appointed to serve on that committee.
Got it. Okay.
Is that my battery running low or somebody else's battery?
That is the screen share.
Is that mine? Is there
Everybody
something wrong
else's
with mine?
computer is fine.
Okay. I thought, I don't want
That's
to.
me.
Was it mine? No.
If it
No,
wouldn't be,
not yours, Marty.
if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I would appreciate seeing I don't think I've seen this, the range that is that the state prescribes minimum to maximum for probation officers. I think that would be good for us to have.
Oh, sure. They publish every year the minimum salary schedule, and they have one already for next year, and
Okay.
which is with the 3%. So I can send you that. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions?
Mr. Spoonmore, if I could, it is included in your salary ordinance that you approve each year. The salary.
Oh, okay. So it's got the maximum range.
And a step increase.
So there isn't a maximum. They don't set a maximum. They set all of it's the minimum, and then some counties choose to pay more. There are some counties who include longevity. Their counties are free to pay more. They're just not free to pay less.
Yep. So this is the least amount that could be offered for probation officers in the state of Indiana. Okay.
Right. That's correct. And there are some counties who've gone higher. They've hired Wagner, Irwin, and Shealy. In the past, Wagner, Irwin, and Shealy has not been asked to look at our probation officer salary since the minimums were set by the state. But some other counties were having a lot of trouble with turnover and asked Wagner, Irwin, Shealy to look at their probation officer salary schedules. And so they pay above the minimums because mainly because they were having such trouble with turnover, and WIS made a recommendation to raise the salary schedule in those counties.
How is turnover in our department here? How are things looking?
It's very low. I really have to say that the probation officer salary schedule has made probation a career versus a stepping stone job. You know, when I started, it truly was a stepping stone to just get a little experience and get out the door. Now the turnover is somewhere in the neighborhood of 5% or less. And most of the time when people leave our department, it's for other reasons and not pay. It's their spouses moved out of state or something like that. But or we've had a few retirements. We had our actual first retirements in the past couple of years because it has been a career and people have stayed up through retirement.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you for the information. Councilmember Hawk, another.
As a reminder, several years ago, all probation officers were required to use their own vehicles to do their job. And we, the county council, I remember leading the charge on that, saying that's not right. We need to provide them with a county car or in some way to make sure that they're not trying to have to be responsible to have a car that was appropriate to use. And as far as I know, that program is still working well. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Yes, we do. We have fleet cars. We were able to buy several of them through grants, but it's very difficult to get grant money to pay for vehicles. So most of the vehicles we own, the county has paid for. So thank you. It's working well.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the probation general fund budget? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the probation department's general fund budget.
Go ahead. Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor McKim?
Yes.
Counselor Munson?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1114-0273, Lit Special Purpose Probation. Personnel, $806,382. Supplies, $4,000. Services, $92,500. Capital, $2,000, for a total budget of $904,882.
Second.
Okay.
Same deal with this budget. The only difference is the salary increases for probation officers.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Doesn't appear. Ms. Hawk.
I'm sorry, I can't move that screen up and down. I'm afraid to
Me
use
too.
my laptop to look it up because something's going on. I keep getting kicked off. I was trying to count the number of juvenile probation officers. We put 4 over there because we were covering 4 out of our old welfare budget. We were, I don't think we were supposed to, but that's what we were doing. But now look how many that we have with our juvenile numbers down. If we get a vacancy there, I think we should look strongly at whether or not we want to replace it. I mean, from what I've been hearing, the numbers are way down. So, but our number of
See that Judge Galvin is still here online. He may want to speak to that.
We are, when you talk about keeping children out of secure detention, it takes a concerted effort to do so. And so it takes a number of probation officers, and we are, I wouldn't say that we have excess or additional probation officers. Our numbers right now, our number of reported cases, our number of referrals, we call it, are down somewhat, but that's to be expected during this COVID-19 time. But I would also expect that to bounce back up. So I understand where Marty's coming from, but at this time, I would certainly argue that we don't have an excess of juvenile probation officers given the demands that we currently have. And those officers help keep kids out of secure detention and find other alternatives for them. They're really good at what they do. That's my 2 cents.
Right, and I certainly do agree that whatever we have to do to keep juveniles out of lockup to the extent possible, just keep an eye on that, if you will. And if you see that you have a vacancy, you might let it just stay vacant unless you see a real need for it. At least give it some time in between there and allow that those dollars to increase, because I think I'm going to hear, oh, well, we've got this new building, we've got these extra expenses, and they're going to want to see budget increases at some point in time, and those dollars are all coming out of that juvenile lit fund. So just my 2 cents worth.
I do want to say, Marty, you brought up the old family preservation officers that used to be funded from the Department of Child Services, and that changed in 2008 when they changed how placement was paid for at the state level. But also at the same time, if youth was in placement, the Department of Child Services had to go visit that youth once a month. And now probation officers have to do that. In order for Indiana to get federal reimbursement for Title IV-E, the probation officer has to visit a youth once a month in placement. And that is a new responsibility. So we've got officers going all over the state visiting our youth in placement to make sure that they meet the minimum requirements for DCS for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, we'll have a roll call vote to accept the probation's lit special purpose budget.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Wells.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0226, Public Safety Lit Probation. Personnel, $175,839. Supplies, 0. Services, $295,560. Capital, 0, for a total budget of $471,399.
Second.
This budget is the same as last year's budget, again, with just the probation officer raises. And I do want to point out that the county did move some very expensive items from the project income budget, the community corrections grant budget, a couple of years ago with the public safety lit. So this, the drug testing and electronic monitoring, those were two real high ticket items for our user fee funds, and they were moved over into this public safety lit, and it's opened up the possibilities for us, especially with electronic monitoring, to be able to use that for pretrial or for anybody who needs that, and to not have to worry about, does the person have the ability to pay for these electronic monitoring devices, because the county has graciously taken that on in the public safety lit.
Thank you. Questions or comments? I don't see any. So we'll have a roll call vote to accept the probation department's public safety lit budget.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor McKim.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 2504-0000, Court Alcohol and Drug User Fees. Personnel, $119,418. Supplies, $10,000. Services, $38,600. Capital, $2,000, for a total budget of $170,018.
Second.
Same thing with this budget, same as last year, just the raises are in this budget. I would point out that this budget is kind of interchangeable with the adult probation user fee budget, that the same staff who are employed by the court alcohol and drug program are adult probation officers. So we kind of go with where the cash is going well in terms of the revenue. And so Troy, he keeps a really good close eye on this, and we move expenses around between those two budgets depending on where on a month-to-month basis, the cash flow is with this budget. And Troy just gave me the budget. The cash balance is $216,844 as of the end of last month, which is a very healthy budget, healthy balance. A couple of years ago, we were down right below $100,000, and that was getting pretty scary for this budget. But it's stable, and Troy believes, based on the revenue projections that he's done, that we're going to be stable with this amount through 2021 and possibly as far as 2022. But everything depends on the things we can't predict, which is the collection rate.
So are revenues going in the right direction now, or is the fund kind of stabilizing due to moving things around a little bit more with revenues still?
Well, Troy just popped on there, but he can answer more directly to that. But one thing for sure is it has helped to move the salaries out of this budget. That's for sure. And then Troy has recently done some projections on what we're collecting.
Yeah, absolutely. What Linda has explained, moving some of those salaries out of this budget a couple of years back has tremendously helped. I think it stabilized the fund quite a bit. Right now, our cash balance is a little higher than what it was at the beginning of the year. However, what we projected coming into the fund, overall, we're about 40% down from what our projections were. And that's probably mainly due to our offices being closed for such a long time. And I would expect those to bounce back a little bit. And when I actually look at some of the revenue that has come in, August last month came in higher than what was projected. So there's some fluctuation there. Overall, though, I don't think we're going to have any problems getting through 2021 and 2022, depending on how things, come about over this next year, should be okay as well.
Great. Well, keep us posted on that. And so it sounds like some of the adjustments that we made in previous years had the intended effect, and
absolutely,
things have been going good. All right, Mr. McKim, did you have a question?
Yes. Can you just describe, and for each of the user fee funds, what revenue goes in here? Like what, why this fund has money, right. Who has to pay? Is it statutory?
The Court Alcohol and Drug Services Fund is anyone who has committed an offense that's related to the use of alcohol or drugs. It could be something like where it's directly related, like operating while intoxicated, or a drug offense, or it could even be someone who committed a theft, but it's because it was a theft to support their addiction. The judges can choose to order the Court Alcohol and Drug Services Fund, and with everyone who comes through adult probation who gets an alcohol and drug assessment, because far more than half of the persons who come through our door on the adult side have some level of alcohol or drug involvement. So the courts can order this fee, and that's to help pay for the services of have the alcohol and drug assessment and making sure they're referred to the appropriate level of education or treatment, and that we follow through and make sure they do whatever education or treatment is recommended.
And can the judge waive this for indigent people?
Yes, the judge can waive this. The statute sets a maximum on this. We don't charge the maximum. Probably don't have this memorized correctly, but we charge less for a misdemeanor than we do for a felony, and the judges can waive. And I don't know if Judge Diekoff wants to speak to that.
Yes, we can waive the fees. The Board of Judges set the fees. There is a range. We set them towards the lower end. There is a difference between misdemeanors and felonies. We assess the necessity for any kind of alcohol treatment, any kind of drug treatment. So yes, that a fair amount of this is within the discretion of the judges.
Thank you.
Councilmember Deckard?
Just had a follow-up kind of process question on that. How often, Judge Diekoff, how often do the judges kind of look at the fee schedule and make adjustments as they think are appropriate?
We try to look at that every year when we start talking about budget, so that we look at where we are, what it is we're doing, what we're seeing, what the necessity seems to be. I can assure you that when we start looking at 2021, we're going to be looking at fees simply because of the impact that COVID has had on individuals, both their health and the economy.
Councilmember Iverson.
And just one position still in this budget was the thought as we're moving positions out of this budget to keep one in for a special purpose, or what's kind of been the thought on that?
Well, I don't know that we had necessarily a plan of a number. It started out when I started, there were 7 full-time probation officers paid out of this fund, plus 3 support staff. So, there were 10 full-time employees out of this fund. So you can see over the years, it's really, it's adjusted to what the revenues are. So we don't really have a plan in terms of moving anybody out. We're just trying to look at this fund and the adult probation user fee fund just to make sure they're both sustainable and just make because they both serve the same clientele, and it's just a matter of what we think the revenue is going to come in and what we can afford. So there wasn't really a plan to move anybody out or anything further at this point.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? If not, we'll do a roll call vote to accept the probation department's court and alcohol drug user fees budget.
Councilor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councilor Iverson,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councilor McKim,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 2506-0000 Problem Solving Court User Fees. Personnel, $13,457. Supplies, $2,000. Services, $32,050. Capital, $2,000 for a total budget of $49,507.
Second.
The Problem Solving Court Fund is primarily funded by user fees paid by drug court participants. That is part of the participation in the drug court is to pay the fees that are assessed, as well as the drug testing fees and the treatment fees. So it's a very small budget, but it's one of our few budgets where actually our collection rates, even with COVID, have maintained. In fact, I think Troy said it had even gone up just a little bit compared to some of the other budgets with collections.
Yeah, this one is actually our only user fee budget that has gone a little higher than projections. It's about 9% higher than what we're projected to bring in. And our cash balance has increased over the year for this past year in 2020 for this fund. So I believe this one is a very healthy fund that'll continue on for several years.
Great, Mr. McKim. Did you?
I was going to say that I didn't know if Judge Dekoff wanted to make any comment, because she's the one who assesses the fees, and she's the one who decides, if there's going to be any fees waived and that sort of thing for these problem-solving court user fees.
No. We assess the fees, and then we assess where somebody is, the individual is in the program, and their ability to pay, their ability to complete the program. So yeah, we look at the thing about problem solving courts is in that court, it's a voluntary program. You come in voluntarily, but what's amazing about these courts is that the individual how we get to know the individual, we learn about the individual. And so, yes, there's a fair amount of discretion within that programs, actually.
Councilmember McKim.
Yeah, just Judge Dekoff, I wonder if you might not just spend a moment describing who are the typical candidates for drug court, just because I think that, that we have some new counselors, we have members of the public who might be confused about who exactly drug court serves.
One is eligible for drug court if they have a nonviolent felony. That's pretty much pursuant to the grant we've gotten and have gotten for many years. We assess their dependency in alcohol and or drugs, what kind of crimes they have committed, what their criminal history is, what their treatment history is, what their probation history is, whether or not we believe that placing them in the drug treatment court, which is a 2-year voluntary program. An individual pleads guilty, judgment is withheld for a period of 2 years. The state of Indiana, the prosecutor agrees to dismiss the charges if they successfully complete the program. So the problem solving to drug court exists with the cooperation of the prosecutor's office and those, because a team decides whether or not someone is going to come into the drug treatment court, although the prosecutor's office is the gatekeeper as to who becomes eligible. And if there's victims involved, they check with the victims. But it's primarily a court for people who are addicted to alcohol and or other substances, wish to make a change in their life. Our goal is to get them sober and out of the system so that they can go back to leading a productive life and be able to learn habits. We get them, it's a team concept. So there are treatment providers. There's a public defender who sits on the team, a prosecutor sits on the team. And so it's a team effort to try to get somebody the assistance they need to address their alcohol and or drug problem, and then get them out of the system and to become a sober individual.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hawk.
Yes, for the participants in this, and if they go into treatment, are you saying it is a treatment that includes staying in a drug treatment facility, or can it be either?
Typically not. Typically, the participants are required to go to day report. It's a phase program, so we have different phases as you enter the program. So in the beginning, it's very supervised. By the end, we try to, as we say, take off the training wheels. But it involves whatever treatment recommendation there is. Typically, they're not going to inpatient unless that's something that we believe is necessary for them based upon what the treatment providers are saying or what their addiction is doing. But typically not, but it is a highly supervised program to where they are in treatment and they are going to day reporting and they are being tested, so that we can assist them in changing the habits and in changing and in addressing those addiction issues so we can help them.
Thank you.
Judge Dekoff, how many participants do we have currently in the problem solving court?
You mean all 4 of them?
Yeah.
Gee.
For a good estimate, and I don't need
in excess of 100.
Okay.
Yeah, probably closer to 150 in all 4 of the problem solving courts.
Is the most of those in the drug treatment?
Most of those are in drug treatment court, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Munson?
Yes. Could you please explain the source of revenue for this fund? It clearly doesn't cover all expenses for the problem solving courts, but where does this money come from?
Troy, I'm going to let you answer that.
So it's user fees. Basically, the problem solving court has a monthly user fee for those clients who are assessed that. And then that is paid into the fund from the different problem-solving core clients.
Thank you.
And Cheryl, just also to piggyback on that, when we first started this fund, as I mentioned, it started out just as drug court because that's all we had was the drug court. It was used as match money to leverage federal grants. It was never intended that this would fund actually the drug court. So the drug, for example, the drug court director or problem solving court director, he's paid out of the public safety lit. We also have some different positions, probation officer positions that are funded through community corrections grants. So when the state expanded community corrections grants, they did fund some positions for our problem solving court.
And I will say, Mr. Spoonmore, we have 136 participants right now in problem solving court.
Wow.
All 4 programs right now.
Wow.
That's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. We'll do a roll call vote to accept the probation department's problem-solving court user fees budget.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Munson?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor McKim?
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open discussion and review Fund 2508-0000 Adult Probation User Fees. Personnel category $262,336. Supplies $5,000, services $18,000, capital $2,000, for a total budget of $287,336.
Second.
As I mentioned before, this budget is kind of the twin budget to the Court Alcohol and Drug Services budget. Although the Court Alcohol and Drug Services budget, because we did remove quite a few personnel, had a healthy cash balance. This cash balance it's not unhealthy, but it's not quite as robust. It's when I looked at the end of August, it was $115,319. So this is one of those where we take a look monthly spending, because this is getting a little bit lower. We would shift training, we would shift travel, we would shift office supplies and those sorts of things into the Court Alcohol and Drug Services budget to kind of make sure this budget has a chance to rebound a little bit more. So it's very much interchangeable with the Court Alcohol and Drug Services budget, and the fees for this budget come from user fees paid by adults on probation, both misdemeanors and felons.
Great. So I just curious, do you all feel comfortable with these funds? I know over the last few years, we've kind of worked together on making some decisions to move things around, and it looks like that's having a positive effect. But do you feel like this is now sustainable and it doesn't cause as much stress for you as I know it has in the past?
Well, Troy's the one who gets stressed, so why don't you?
Of our 5 user fee funds right now, I think this one's the one that causes me the most concern. As you can see, it has 4 staff members in it. Like Linda said, it's interchangeable with our Court Alcohol and Drug Program Fund. So there's a possibility, depending on what the Board of Judges decides, that we may want to recommend trying to move a position or 2 over into the Court A&D Fund for a year or something like that give this fund a little bit relief. But again, that depends on the revenue that's coming in and what things look like. So far this year it's down about 25% from what we projected. However, in July and August, it did bounce back a little bit. In July, it was up about 8% from what we projected it would be. And then in August, it's about 20% higher than what we projected it would be. So it's not nearly as bad as, I would have thought it would have been. But we're going to keep a real close eye on it, just to see where it goes. And hopefully we won't need to make any significant changes in the future, but we'll keep an eye on it and certainly keep you guys posted.
Yeah, please do. Thank you. And thanks again for, being, innovative and looking at all of these budgets and finding ways to make things work. Really appreciate that. And it's good to be able to partner with you all on things like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Brady or Mr. Hatfield? Okay, I don't see any. So we'll have a roll call vote to accept the probation department's adult probation user fees budget.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Wills.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 2509-0000, Juvenile Probation User Fees. Personnel, $5,383. Supplies, $3,000. Services, $9,000. Capital, $1,500 for a total budget of $18,883.
Second.
This budget is comprised of user fees paid by juveniles who are under probation supervision. It's a very small budget. We don't rely on it for salaries or much of anything. We generally use the juvenile COET or special purposes fund for juvenile related expenses, but it's there if we need it. And we just try to keep the spending to a minimum out of this budget since it is so small.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Mr. McKim?
And so do a lot of these fees that are assessed go uncollected or get waived?
Let's see, is Judge Galvin still on the line? I think he is on the line here.
Most of the fees, not all, but most of the fees do go uncollected for the obvious reasons that juveniles by definition are indigent and don't have the money to pay their fees. There are some fees we collect from their parents for certain costs and expenses, but you bring up a good point, Jeff. Most of these fees are not collected.
Thank you.
And to reiterate, there's no punishment for unpaid fees, right?
Absolutely none. No.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this budget, juvenile probation user fees? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote to approve the accept the juvenile probation user fees budget.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Wilkes,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 2510-0000 Project Income User Fees. Personnel category, $305,286. Supplies category, $56,750. Services, $43,100. Capital, $2,500 for the total budget of $407,636. Gosh, that was really, really stilted. The total budget is $407,636.
Second.
All right, thank you.
I need a nap.
This budget is our largest user fee budget. The project income means community corrections user fees. The primary user fee that goes into this fund is for home detention fees. Day reporting fees also go into this fund, and this is where we collect when people pay for their drug testing. Also goes into this fund. The fund is matched with our community corrections grant. The community corrections grant that comes from the state pays a good portion, if not most, of the salaries of each of these persons who are in this budget, but they don't pay for all the salaries. So this, you have to actually take them and match the community corrections grant to project income to figure out what people are paid across the board. And it used to be that this the community corrections grants ran on a state budget year, and now they go on a calendar year. So in the past, project income, we would start our state budget year spending the grant out in July, and we wouldn't start using project income money until early the next year. Now that we're on a state budget year, you probably see with some of our percentages that are zero what's spent so far this year. It's because those people are being paid out of the community corrections grant until the grant's expended. Our goal is to spend all of the state money down to the penny before we start tapping into the project income. So that's one reason you might go down and say, why have you spent no money on salaries in this budget? It's because these people we've flipped over to this budget as the community corrections grant expires for each of the different line items. And so it's just a matching budget for our community corrections grants.
Great. Any questions or comments on this budget? All right. I don't have any, so we'll do a roll call vote to accept the probation department's project income user fees budget.
Councilor McKim?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
I think this is our final.
Final probation budget.
Yes. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 4916-0000, Offender Transportation, with $0 in personnel, supplies, and capital categories, and $3,000 in the services category, for a total budget of $3,000.
Second.
This budget is money that's collected for persons who are transferring their probation to another state. It's called Interstate Compact. The state sets the amount of money that it costs to apply for Interstate Compact. Half of that money gets sent to the Indiana Office of Court Services, and half of it stays in the Offender Transportation Fund. And the only thing this fund can be used for is to retake an offender who's on probation, who violates probation in another state, and our state would have to go get that person if they were violating. So that's called retaking. That's all this can be used for. We have never used this money since we've had this fund to retake anybody. So, but it's all it can be used for.
Sure, we'll have a lot of lengthy discussion about this one. Who'd like to get started?
No.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote to accept the, what do we call this one? The Offender Transportation Fund budget.
Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor McKim?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to everybody in probation for joining us, and I appreciate it. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
And now we have the Youth Services Bureau.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1114-0166 Lit Special Purpose YSB. Personnel category $1,394,785. Supplies $60,100. Services $108,305. Capital $0 for a total budget of $1,563,000. I did it again. For a total budget of $1,563,190.
Second.
All right, it looks like we have Ms. Tevenow and Mr. Malone joining us with the Youth Services Bureau. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. We should have Judges Dekoff and Galvin and Jill Thompson, who is our financial and personnel coordinator, in case you have any specific questions. We have no request for additionals. We have no increases. We have reduced our request in 3 categories from the 2020 budget. One is professional services, and that is because we had a one-time fee we included for 2020 for the national accreditation that we had to go through Families First legislation. The second is an insurance line item. The original estimate we were given from the insurance company for insuring the addition to the building was larger than reality, and so we were able to reduce that for next year. And then for some reason, our trash fee for pickup has been reduced significantly, so we were able to reduce that line item as well.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. McKim, would you like to start?
Thank you. Can you give us just a brief update on the expansion and how things are going?
Well, it's beautiful, and we've been very sad that we could not invite people to come and see it. We are still at the place where we are having appointments only, and Department of Child Services have some fairly strict COVID kinds of precautions and safety in place. It's almost done. We have a couple of things, though, de-escalation path we're still working on, and we have a couple of HVAC issues, but it's beautiful here. We are using the gymnasium constantly. It's sad that we are not able to use the classrooms. We are using them for the residents every day because we've had kids in online school, as you know. We have not been using it for community education because we're still not in a place where we are inviting people for in-person trainings here. We did just get our technology installed this past week, and so fairly soon we're hoping to be able to do even more community education digitally. Any specific questions about the building?
Just about how many youth do you have at the Binkley House shelter at this point?
Last week we had 9. Today we have 5, and we have 3 additional youth coming tomorrow. So by tomorrow afternoon we should have 8. We got very busy very quickly in the last month. We were only averaging 2 to 3 kids during the height of COVID and for March, April into May, but that is changing significantly right now.
Thank you.
Ms. Hawk.
Yes. In the past, we have asked to see what our daily count is and where the juveniles were being placed from. I've heard comments that some of these juveniles are coming in from as far away as Chicago or something of the sort. So I'm just saying, I think it would be helpful if we had a list of, let's say if you have 8 children there, how many are from Monroe County, how many are from other counties, and which counties they're coming from. Because after all, this local dollars is paying for most of these services here. So I think that's not too much to ask, is to be able to track that so that if we get concerns from the public, we can we'll be prepared with an answer.
Are you saying you'd like to have those like submitted monthly or weekly or?
Well, I mean, I expect that you keep it, do a daily count when you know, every day, if you've got 8 people there, you're going to know where, you know, who the 8 people are and from what counties they're from.
Yes, I can tell you that. Jill just brought it to me. I will also tell you that I would want to note that if we get a youth placed from an out of county by the Department of Child Services or a probation department, we are reimbursed through the per diems for those youth. I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Right, I understand that's where some of that revenue comes from. But, you know, I just think it's important that we know how many of the youth are from Monroe County, and then from what other counties they're coming from to access our programs. And because the per diem certainly doesn't begin to cover the expenses here. And once again, if we know that some other county is using our facility a great deal, I think maybe we could work with them to have them assist.
I think right now we have 4 from Monroe and 1 from Lawrence. And I did not do the referrals for the 3 that are coming tomorrow, so I can't speak to that. If Lewis is here, he might know about those. Are you on the line, Lewis?
I am here. We have 3 coming in, 2 that might be coming from Judge Galvin's court tomorrow, Monroe County residents, and another Monroe County resident. Actually, another resident that might be coming. I don't want to cite it specifically, but they're a family we've used before. I think they previously lived in Monroe County, so they continue to use our service.
And
I think we have, when I go back to the people, when we had 8 kids last week, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them were from Monroe County. 1 was from Lawrence and 1 was from Floyd County.
From where? Where was the last one?
Further south. What I want to reiterate, and the people who may not know, because we have the RH, we do get reimbursed by DCS, but also because we are a federal runaway and homeless youth shelter, we serve anybody who comes through our town, who knocks on our door and says, we need help.
Right.
That moment, you're in Monroe County and we're here to help you. And then anybody who's getting placed from outside, we do get the per diem. But right now, as I'm the one who does a lot of the referrals for the agency, I know we all chip in around here. We are largely serving people from Monroe County, and then consistent with past years, we are serving, like in 2019, we had 70% of the people coming from Monroe County, and then the rest were from a smattering of the other 92 counties in our state. So,
and I think it's important. I think it's important that we remember there could be parental placements as well.
Yes.
And I hope that word is out there that if a parent in a juvenile, there's difficulty in any way, they can come to you for assistance.
Yeah,
and especially during this time with so much turmoil with the COVID and so forth, I think we see a lot of families that might need a timeout. And so that's why I'm bringing this up, because I want to make sure that Monroe County folks have the knowledge that there's assistance there, that they can come to you for assistance. So, and at no charge. Is that
at no charge? We have master's level clinicians who work with the families when they're here to try to figure out what the reason they need shelter services are, and then we get them back into the home environment as quickly as possible. And we also offer aftercare. We do have a very small capacity, very small capacity for community-based services. So if someone's saying, listen, I don't have insurance or whatever the barrier might be, they can call us and we can carry a little bit of a community base, but that is not normally we get those referrals from the local schools. They call us and they say, hey, can you help us out? So yes, we are here to serve whoever, the Monroe County residents who want to reach out to us, and we will always, anybody who calls will either get served by us or a referral to someplace else where they might be able to receive care, because not everybody's suitable for what we can provide. So if you give us a call, we can get you where you need to be.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Malone. That's great. And I know a lot of youth don't have a whole lot of control over their circumstances. And so when they may land here in our county, I'm glad that we're able to take care of them. So thanks for all of that. What is the typical duration of stay in the youth shelter?
Louis, I have today's if you want. It seems to be the average length, and the host won't let my video come on. It keeps saying I keep clipping start video, and it says the host won't let me do it. So I'm not hiding from you in the dark back here. The average length of stay is around 8 days.
Okay.
For 2020. Now our statistics are skewed from 2019, but do you have the 2019 ones, Louis?
Yeah, in 2019, we were just above 11. And so normally around 2 weeks or slightly less than 2 weeks, knowing that some of the kids who join us because they might not have any place else to go and they maybe their Department of Child Services is working with them, those can sometimes, if we get placement by placement, those take a little bit longer because we have to wait for all the wheels of government to make this happen for them. But 11.2 in 2019. So.
Great, thank you. Ms. Hawk?
Yes, at one time the cutoff time was 30 days. I know we had one young lady who really liked our staff so much that she really didn't want to leave. And so I think there were times like they were having to make an adjustment, in order to continue to serve this young lady. But it is an essential way to help the local children here. And I just hope that we continue to reach out to make sure that locals know that service is available. And thank you for all you do. You make a huge difference.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. Mr. Decker, did you have a comment or a question?
I just had a comment. I was going to just add to all this. Some years past, I had the pleasure of being on the Stepping Stones board before they were under Centerstone. And I really learned in that process that particularly at that age, sometimes home is not where we need to be. And sometimes couch surfing is really not where we need to be. And sometimes we need that pause place that puts us in the right place. And a lot of us on this meeting, I think we had some good lives and different experiences, maybe not all of us, but what an opportunity to, at a crucial age, to get that pause point and then get a chance to kind of figure things out in that safety. And so this is a big thing that we do. And I get your message completely. And I get I try to get what you do because I know that's important for so many.
Thank you, Mr. Deckard. Any further questions or discussion from council? Okay. So we will we'll have a roll call vote on accepting the Youth Services Bureau lit special purpose budget.
Councilor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councilor McKim, sorry.
Yeah.
Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councilor Iverson,
Yes.
Councilor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 4903-0166 Juvenile Per Diems YSB with $0 in personnel, supplies, and services, and in the capital category, $46,250 for a total budget of $46,250.
Second.
We keep this in the budget basically for replacement furniture because kids do break things here sometimes. And we have in the building, mostly for when the building, it was in here previously because it was an older building and we needed to do repairs and various things. And then technology, we just got our technology for this building installed last week, and I don't know how much it's going to cost, but we do, for instance, because the students due to COVID went online with school, we were lucky this year, we got the CARES grant to pay for the iPads and the technology we needed for them to visit they weren't allowed to visit with family members in person, so we had to set up a digital way for them to do that and to meet with their probation officers and family case managers from DCS. So that's why we've left this in the per diem budget for next year as well. It's kind of a backup plan, as you can see. Well, in 2019, we didn't spend any of this money because we were under construction. We try not to spend this money, but we like to have it appropriated because often when we need it in an emergency and can't really wait to come and ask for an additional appropriation. If something gets broken and we have to fix it, like one time we had lots of windows broken. Any questions about the per diem budget?
Have any questions? Questions or comments? The YSB per diem budget. Mr. Galvin, Judge Galvin, did you have any comments?
Oh, not directly to this, but just the question earlier about the per diem budget, about the origin of the fund. As an old county attorney, I don't throw anything away. And so I did find that there was an ordinance in 2009, County Council Ordinance 2009-09, that looks like it's germane and might answer your question for you, okay? On the county per diem fund. And I think the intent was to do away with the name of juvenile per diem fund and call it county per diem fund, but it could have changed in the interim. Just wanted to point that out to you.
Did you have the resolution number again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the ordinance number 2009 -09.
Okay.
And it's an ordinance to establish the county per diem fund.
Okay.
So I'm not certain that's the last word, but that might get you off and running.
Yeah, and it's not. It appears that there was 2018-28
Okay.
that actually established, it looks like the juvenile per diem fund.
All right. Well, when we've changed things around.
I get an answer for that.
All right.
If you recall, because the county council was a part of establishing it so that one way or the other, then in 2018, when we were trying to make it clear that this could be used for anything whatsoever, then the county commissioners at the time decided, well, they would be in charge of what we did with the fiscal responsibilities. And even though they signed something, or I believe we'll find the discussion was, well, that's not what's going to happen. And so it went back to this is not going to be a reverting fund anymore. But all of that can be researched. Right now, I wanted to ask a question, though. Could I ask the question on this particular thing?
Yes.
I think if indeed we agree, because I know we've been through this, that this can be used for anything whatsoever, and because there's additional dollars available in the income tax fund, that to the extent we can, I think we should move as much of this over to that fund and not have it here in this per diem fund. I mean, is there any reason here why we cannot do that? I know we can't build with this per diem fund, or we can't build with the income tax fund, but we can cover things other than building. So furniture and computer hardware, I think we could cover in the income tax fund. And my dog wants to cry. Stop it. She's right.
Let's see. Do we already have similar lines in there that could just use additional
I just don't think this needs to be in this fund. And I mean, I know right now it doesn't look like if County General has a problem, but we've already determined that it looks like we've got one coming down the road. So I just think we ought to be judicious about what we use that we could be using for any other county general expense.
There is just to answer your question, what I see is there is a 40002 furniture line in the lit budget. And we do have a grounds and building management line item in lit. We do not have a technology line item.
Well, we should have. Be great. I mean, don't you think we need a technology line item?
Yes.
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, this certainly makes sense to me. I'm curious, Ms. Tevena or Judge Galvin, do you see any problems with moving those appropriations to the special purpose lit fund?
I think it's fair to say that this is wholly in the hands of the council, and because we have the special purposes lit that funds both YSB and youth services, I don't believe, at least at this point, that there's any reason why you couldn't from our perspective.
I agree completely.
Council, I move that we set lines 40,002, 40,004, 44,300 to 0, with the idea of adding those appropriations into the special purpose lit fund.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on Mr. McKim's motion?
No. Good idea.
Can we have a roll call vote? Lines to 0.
To approve no. So on the motion, sorry, we're going to do this together. So on the motion to reduce the lines in the per diem fund to 0.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Hook,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimous.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Is this a different fund number? I know I probably should know the answer to this. But we just put detention in the per diem fund, the expense. So is this the same number of the fund? What are we doing?
It is the same number. It is a different location number.
Okay.
It's like a department. There's like 2 departments in per diems. You
Right.
just zeroed out only one of the 2.
So it just seems to me we shouldn't even we should only have one. But whatever.
Well, when you have more than one department using money out of it, it's easier so that they can track it easier with having their own location number instead of trying to intermingle departments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So on lit special purpose on 1114.
We need just for clarification. So since that was an amendment to the motion, yes, we need to vote on the budget now with a 0 balance.
Yep.
Okay.
So we need to reread.
We'll on the motion, due to the categories now, the capital category being set at 0, the fund 4903 location 0166 is now set at 0.
So I need to move to have us approve that.
Correct.
Okay, council, I move to review Fund 4903-0166 Juvenile Per Diems YSB with $0 in personnel, supplies, services, and capital for a total budget of $0.
You're going to read all of that with amendments.
Okay.
Second?
We need a second.
Chair.
Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second. We've already discussed this quite a bit. Are there any further questions about this on Ms. Wiltz's motion? Okay. So I think we're ready to accept the Youth Services Bureau Juvenile Per Diems budget set at $0 now.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimous.
Okay, so
now we need to figure out what line numbers we're going to want to give these three lines.
In 1114, right?
In 1114, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't see any of the capital categories in there right
we need to reopen that budget, please.
We do.
Yeah, I move we reopen YSB 1114-0166.
Second.
Purpose fund. Thanks. But yeah, what we really want, what I'm hoping to do is to get the numbers in that.
So Mr. McKim has moved that we reopen, which fund was that again? I'm sorry. The
1114-0166.
special lit purpose or lit special purpose budget.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. McKim's moved that we reopen YSB's lit special purpose budget. We have a motion and a second. Need to do a roll call to reopen that.
I'm not quite sure why we need to do it this way. I was just going to get the numbers and then read one motion that reopened and added, added these numbers in. This is kind of unnecessary procedure.
Right, and don't forget, we need a new line item for the if they don't have a line item
Technology.
for computer technology.
Do we want to do all that right now, or do we want to do this as an adjustment tomorrow?
I would rather do it as an adjustment tomorrow so I can get the correct numbers and you don't have to wait on me, but that's totally up to you if you want to wait on me.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so we'll make this, Ms. Tevenow, we'll make this as an adjustment once we get everything, all the pieces in place here and the numbers put together. We'll adjust this at our meeting tomorrow at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, well, thank you all very, very much. We appreciate it, and we look forward to having the time when you can come over and see the fruits of all your hard work.
Right, send pictures. Send pictures.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can do that.
I'd love it.
Great.
Thank you.
All. Yep.
Hi,
Thanks to everybody from the courts who joined us as well. Appreciate it.
This is Judge Diekoff. Thank you very much for tonight and for all the work that you do. And I especially want to say thank you on behalf of the judges for the cooperation and the communication that's gone on since the pandemic started, because this has been a new experience for all of us and still continues to be. So thank you very much. We so appreciate you.
Well, thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay, so that concludes the budget review of the Youth Services Bureau. And next is our jail and correctional center.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0380 General Fund Jail with personnel category $4,532,315, supplies $172,921, services $1,350,000. $54,712, capital $0, for a total budget of $6,059,948.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I see Sheriff Swain, Jail Commander Crow is with us. Thank you for being here, and feel free to give us a presentation.
I will leave that up to my able jail commander, Sam Crow.
Good evening, Council. We'll jump right into this, and I will go through the things that we have asked to change from last year's budget to this year, or to 2021. The first is account 1600, Financial Director. We are asking that is moved from 35 hours to 40 hours due to the amount of work that is taking place, the tasks associated with that job. Currently, we're getting extra time that we're having to use comp time for. So we would like that position moved to a 40-hour position. The next line is 16070 and 16071. These are supplemental transitional lines. This past year, we ran into a couple incidents where we had to take the supervisory positions away from a couple officers. And when we did that, there wasn't a line to move them into, so they were still getting paid. It was a real headache to pay them out of the same line. So we would like these two lines made, so if we do have to demote someone, that we have a line to put them in until we can get a new person moved into that supervisory position. Then we're asking for $1,500 in each line just to get by for 1 or 2 pay periods. The next line is 17101, our overtime line. And we are actually wanting to decrease that line from 120,000 to 90,000. Just recently, we went in front of the council to increase our part-time funds, or to transfer part-time funds from our overtime line. We've tried very hard to keep our staff up to full staff with no openings. And we've tried to keep our part-time employees up to a number where they can fill in. And that seemed to work pretty well for us. So with that, again, we're just trying to show that we're being good stewards of the funds that we have. So we're asking for a decrease in that. 17305, our part-time cook. Last year, late last year, early this year sometime, we had our part-time cook moved to an hourly rate over just a standard line for biweekly. So with that, there's been a little increase. So that would go from 15,636 to 19,500. The next line is 20085, postage supplies. We're asking for an increase of $250. The next line is 21060, training supplies. And that's a new line. That would help us assist with our training. That's one thing that we found that there's some shortcomings in is our training. So we're asking for that line to be opened and some funding to be put in there to help train our staff. I think we have a pretty good trained staff, a well-trained staff, but I think there's always room for improvement. Next line is 24200, operational supplies. We're asking for an increase of about $4,500. And operational supplies are just those day-to-day items that we need to operate. Cleaning supplies, toilet paper, basic everyday items that we have to operate. Is there a question?
Not at this time. I don't think. Go ahead.
Okay. I just heard something, so I wasn't sure if there was a question. 30025 maintenance.
Can I have a granola bar?
30025 maintenance. We're asking for an increase there of about $5,000. As the building gets older, we're finding that we have more maintenance needs. The inmates are very hard on the facility, and we're 35 years into being in this facility, so there are a lot of maintenance issues. So we're asking for the increase there. 30028 travel and training. Again, trying to become a better trained department, better trained staff. So we're asking for an increase there of about $5,500. We're finding, especially this year with the COVID-19, that all the trainings that we have been scheduled to go to have been canceled. So we're having to go to different types of training. We're doing some online training. We're doing some self-guided trainings, but all those are very expensive. So we're asking for that increase. Uh, 34100 medical services. We're asking for an increase there. One, there is a annual increase of about 2% each year. And then the second part of this is we're wanting to upgrade our mental health services with a part-time social work, clinical social work position of about 20 hours a week. So the figure you have there, 865,000, is for the 2% increase and the additional 20 hours for our mental health team. Next line is 34300, communication repairs and services. We're wanting to double that line. That helps us with our communication from one place to another, and that deals a lot with safety and security, keeping our radios up to date, keeping them programmed correctly, repairs on the radios, just being able to get communication from the first floor to the fourth and fifth floors of the jail is a very tedious job. So we're asking for an increase there to help upgrade the equipment that we have. 34400, booking, printing, and signs. We're asking for $1,000 increase there, and that's just to keep up with times. A lot of our forms are still printed. We have a local company do the printing, and there's been an increase in that, so we're asking for that increase in our budget as well. 34700, meals for prisoners. We're asking for a little bit of an increase there. In March, they increased the meals or the fee per meal to $1.29 per inmate per meal, and that was up from $1.24 per meal. So there's a little bit of an increase there, and that's State Board of Accounts recommends that number. And I think that's all for this fund.
Okay, well, very good. Thank you, Commander Crow, for the thorough presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from council members for our correctional facility? Mr. McKim.
So how many hours, I can't remember, how many hours a week do you have for mental health support right now? How many does Jim put in?
Jimbo is a licensed clinical social worker. He's here 40 hours a week now. And then Rebecca Moore is our psychiatric nurse practitioner, and she's here 4 hours a week. And then we also have the ability to call her, chat with her anytime we need assistance from her. So about 44 hours, on site.
And so will this additional 20 hours, will that be more like licensed clinical social worker, or what kind of mental health support will that be?
Yes, that's what we're wanting, is another LCSW to come in and work an additional 20 hours. And we're looking at maybe something from 4 to 8 p.m., Monday through Friday, something like that. So we have a little better coverage for those after hours, or so-called after hours. it seems like we're having a lot more people that have mental health issues, and especially severe mental health. And anytime we deal with someone that has a severe mental health issues, they take up a lot of time. So if we have another person here part-time, they might be able to help us with some of those special needs type people.
Thank you.
Okay. Did I see Councilmember Munson's hand as well? Your microphone's muted. Sorry.
I was trying to prevent you hearing my dogs bark. I appreciated Commander Crow going through all the different increases and explaining these. And I certainly want to support the increase in mental health services and training for personnel. And as I was looking through this, I decided just to see exactly how much of an increase there was in the budget, and it's about $127,000, not a large increase. But at the same time, it's certainly more than we were expecting from various departments. Is this, is all the funding from the general fund here needing to stay in the general fund, or could some of it be transferred to public safety lit funding?
I think that's a decision for the council as far as what can be transferred over to lit.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that meals for prisoners might be a good line, you know, rather than moving a whole bunch of lines, move one fairly sizable line over to
lit. Yeah, that sounds good. Because well, we like to keep the insurance with in the personnel ins category. So that's the meals, I agree, would be the best one to move.
She wanted to move that great big 865.
Medical services.
I was going to say, why couldn't you move the medical services as well?
My thought on that is that right now we're kind of we're essentially balanced in PS Lit. We don't want, but we have an excess of cash. But if we moved meals for prisoners over there, that can probably stay permanently. If we moved meals for prisoners and medical services,
that would be too much.
$1.2 million. That's we probably would have to move something back in a year or two. So
which we don't dare. Yeah, we don't dare do it that direction.
Yeah,
because
so
then we wouldn't be prepared.
Right.
They set the total, but no, I don't think
Come on.
Okay, so
that's Marty's dog.
He's trying to take care of it right now. Oh, I can't. What happened? I can't see the move.
So I will offer a motion to delete meals for prisoners line 34,700. Is that correct? Excuse me.
Yes, you got it.
Yes, 34,700 in the amount of $390,000 from the general fund budget for the jail.
Second.
Okay.
A motion and a second. The motion is to
amend
the meals for prisoners from the general fund budget. Do we have any discussion or questions among council?
I would like to raise a point for anyone watching this. This does not mean that we're not paying for meals. This means that we're putting this in a different area, just for anyone.
I would imagine.
Attention.
I would imagine when we get to the public safety budget, we'll do just that.
We will do that.
Any other questions or comments?
I had one question, if I could. You talked about the change on medical services. And Sam, could you speak a little bit more to that? I know that we have had this conversation before, and expansion, taking care of our folks while they're with us there. What is the goal here, or what do you envision happening?
Well, we're seeing the jails become the mental health care providers, the largest mental health care providers in the community. With that, we're getting more and more inmates that have mental health issues and severe mental health issues. My staff receive very little training, and it's not their fault. I mean, we just receive very little training in mental health. So we need people that are here that can deal with the inmates that have the mental health issues, that are trained to do it, specifically trained to do it, and to work with them, try to get them on the right meds, try to get them calmed down, try to get them to where they're not trying to hurt themselves, hurt other people, destroy property. So just having someone here that's trained specifically in mental health needs is a great asset to us. And that's what we're trying to do, is get someone that can be here a little later in the evenings to try to deal with some of those issues.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So on the motion that's on the floor, and Michelle, we may want to just kind of have those numbers ready to go in case this motion passes, and then we'll read the bottom line again. But are there any further questions on Ms. Munson's motion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
On the motion to remove $390,000 from account line 34700, Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor McKim?
Yes.
Counselor Munson?
Counselor Munson?
Muted.
Yes, sorry.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Wills?
Yes.
Motion passed. Yeah.
Okay. So the motion carries. We've reduced that line to 0. And we'll need a new motion. Well,
There's the number.
why don't we see if there's any further motions that council members want to make that may affect the budget? Is there anything else at this point? Any other questions or comments or potential reductions or adjustments to this budget? Doesn't appear to be any. I've got a question for Mr. Crow. Could you explain the 41.25 hours? I think most we're used to seeing either 35 hours or 40 hours for employees. Could you explain the 41.25 hours for under the 2021 hours for correctional officers?
Okay. With us having 24-hour-a-day coverage, our shifts are 8.15 hours. Or 8 point.
Well, it's 8.25.
It's 8.25 hours. It's 8.25, but that 15 minutes is a shift change rollover, so we can pass information on from one shift to the next shift. And that's basically a safety and security issue. If we've had an inmate that was acting out that day on day shift, second shift needs to know about it. If we've had something broke on second shift, third shift needs to know about it. If an intercom's not working, if officers are out on a transport and they're going to be coming in or leaving from one shift and coming back to another shift, that's just a rollover time that we can pass information on from one shift to another. And I think it is unique for us because we are one of the few areas within the county that has 24-hour-a-day coverage. You have 3 different shifts all working in the same area, pretty much doing the same thing, just at different times.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much. That makes perfect sense. Thank you for the great explanation there. And I also wanted to mention the financial director position going from 35 to 40 hours. You guys have a big operation over there. And I fully support that adjustment as well too. So hopefully that will provide some help and help to alleviate a lot of the work that piles up for you all.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. So we'll need to read an updated motion for the updated bottom line for our Correctional Center General Fund budget.
Okay. Council, I move to open for discussion and review the changed budget for fund, making sure I'm on the right spot, 100030380 General Fund Jail. With personnel category $4,532,315, supplies category $172,921, and services category $964,712. Capital category 0, and now I need to do total budget.
Right there. 5 million.
Where is it?
Right, it's right here on the screen. 5 million.
Not on our screen.
Not on our, you may want to reduce that down.
There you go. Sorry.
Oh, okay. 5,000,000 is $669,948.
Second.
Okay.
And apologies to everyone for how that went.
And I apologize because I froze the screen so I could make changes.
That's entirely okay. We're all learning as we go here. This is unprecedented. We've never had budget hearings on Zoom before, so I think we're doing pretty good actually. Okay. Do we have any further discussion? Yeah, Ms. Hawk?
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't know how it is. Do you all have like 2 screens? I mean, because I'm not seeing it until it's moved. So am I doing something wrong here? Unless I can only look at this budget if it's there on the screen.
Are you seeing, Marty, the one that says budget year 2021 with the Excel sheets?
I'm just looking at what she has on the screen right now. I don't have a problem with this budget, so we can talk about that later.
It's difficult, Marty. It's a lot of, it's very difficult.
I've pulled up
I need another screen. I need a double screen too somehow.
I had to pull up my own local version of the budget here in spreadsheet, and I'm trying to tabulate things here on my machine only. It is kind of difficult this year. Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote to accept the Correctional Center General Fund budget.
With amendments.
With amendments. Ms. Wiltz.
Councillor Hawk.
Yes.
Councillor Spoonmore.
Yes.
Councillor McKim.
Yes.
Councillor Deckard.
Yes.
Councillor Iverson.
Yes.
Councillor Wiltz.
Yes.
Councillor Munson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm wondering, do I need to change this or amend this based on what we just did?
No, you open it up.
All right, just going forward. Okay. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 11700380 Public Safety Lit Jail with personnel category $331,089 and $0 in the supplies, services, and capital categories for a total budget of $331,089.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Crow, do you have any additional information you'd like to provide for this budget?
No, we're not asking for any changes other than what was just brought up with moving the inmate meals to the LIP fund.
Okay.
Council, I move we add line 34700 meals for prisoners in the amount of $390,000.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on Mr. McKim's motion that was seconded by Councilmember Munson? None? We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Okay, no, this is on the amendment. This one? No, this one.
Okay, on the motion to add $390,000 to account line 34700. Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimous.
Okay, and if you give me just a moment, I will get that added. And it won't take me that long, so just bear with me if you want to talk about something else.
Okay.
I apologize. I forgot to introduce Ms. Elliott, who's with the Sheriff's Department jail tonight. Thanks for joining the meeting.
Joining the party.
Yeah.
Okay. Get her out.
I have a question.
Yes.
What's the status of the virus in the jail? Are we still at 0 cases of COVID-19?
For inmates, 0 cases. We have had a few officers that have tested positive.
Excellent. That is really to be commended. That is fantastic. Well done.
My staff have worked very diligently to try to sanitize and clean and do whatever they can to prevent it here. So I think they've done an exceptional job.
I agree.
And we've also had the sheriff that was able to get the grant so we could put the ionization system in the jail, or actually in the entire justice building, both ventilation systems. And then we've had the UVC lighting systems, the portable lighting systems that we're able to move around to different areas throughout the jail, throughout the sheriff's office, to disinfect, sanitize those areas. So it's a total team project.
Can you describe the availability of soap and hand washing for inmates? Just because that issue has come up recently, as you know, in public discussions.
All the inmates have cells. They're all housed inside a cell. They have access to that cell 24 hours a day. Within the cell, there's a sink, so they're able to wash their hands whenever they want to. We furnish soap. They can either purchase it if they are non-indigent. If they are indigent, we will hand soap out to them so that they have access to soap so they can clean. We give out cleaning supplies every day to every block, generally 2 to 3 times a day. So we're providing a lot of services for them, giving them the ability. Each inmate's also given a mask. I know some jails haven't done that, and that was one question that came up here recently. But we have issued the inmates masks, so they can wear masks whenever they choose. We have 2 quarantine blocks. In the first 10 to 14 days that a person's here, they're going to remain in that quarantine block to make sure there's no signs, symptoms, any type of anything that's going to spread throughout the jail. Whenever they're in that quarantine block, they come out, they're required to wear a face mask whenever they come out of their cell. After they're out, officers will go through the cell block, wipe down heavy hand traffic areas. If they sit at a table, if they do anything, that area is going to be disinfected and sanitized when they're returned to the cell before another person comes out. And I think that's one of the things that's helped us keep this pandemic, so to speak, out of the jail. The rest of the inmates don't have a lot of contact with the outside world other than through staff. We screen our staff every day before the beginning of the shift. We take temperatures. If they're told if they have flu-like symptoms, any of the symptoms of COVID, that they're to stay home. So again, we're trying to do everything we can to keep it out of here. And so far it's worked, and we have a very safe place right now. Knock on wood.
There was some conversation about hand sanitizer, and they have the best method to prevent infection. That's soap and water. Everybody agrees that's the most effective method. There's no reason to introduce something that could be misused to cause illnesses while they're trying to create some kind of beverage or other experimentations that would result in people going to the hospital to be treated. Our objective is to minimize chances of inmates getting sick, and sanitizer with or without an alcohol base is just something that doesn't need to be introduced into the cell blocks. Nothing positive would be gained from doing that when everyone knows that soap and water is the most effective way. There's no reason to have a redundant and less effective method of hand sanitizing. So we're just not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So it looks like we might be ready for a new motion.
Yes, I believe you're ready.
Okay. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0380 Public Safety Lit Jail with $331,089 in the personnel category, $0 in supplies, and $0 in capital, and $390,000 in the services category, for a total of $720,000 and $720,124.
Second.
330.
Did I do it wrong?
No, I think I've got something wrong. Hold on just a moment. Sorry. So why do I have?
I had 089 also.
Okay.
Should have checked.
Well, this is the actual one, so I think we're fine.
Okay.
I think that's 1180. And then this one, I think it's a typo.
Okay.
I think it's a typo. Yeah, hang on.
A typo in the agenda, or
Yeah, I believe there's a typo in the agenda.
would you like me to read it with your numbers from the categories?
Yeah, from right here. Sorry about that.
No worries. We're going to do it again. And it's the little blue numbers there in row 192 and 193. Yep, got it. Okay. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0380 Public Safety Lit Jail with $330,124 in the personnel category, $0 in supplies and capital categories, and $390,000 in the services category, for a total of $720,124.
Second.
All right. Motion and second. Any questions, comments on the motion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
To approve the Jail Correctional Center Public Safety Lit Fund 1170-0380 budget requests with amendments. Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Hey, Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1175-0000 misdemeanant with $188,388 in the personnel category, $0 in supplies, $0 in capital, and $14,800 in services for a total budget of $203,188.
Second.
Right. Who would like to present this budget?
I think I've been nominated to do this again.
All right.
Line 17801, the part-time line. This past year, or the current year, we were budgeted for $100,000. Because of what we've been trying to do, we had to come back and ask for a transfer from our overtime line to this line. So this year, or for next year, we're asking for $175,000.
Or something on that particular fund, so we'll come.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Put a sticky note on that so that
There we go. All right. Sorry about that.
And this is one of those things where we can't foresee the future. We don't know what our staffing is going to look like next year. We don't know what our overtime is going to look like, what our part-time officers, the number of part-time officers we have. Fortunately, this year we've held on to our staff. We haven't had a lot of turnover, and we've actually had several new officers step in that want to go full-time. And I think at one point we had 9 part-time officers. That really helped us. That gave the full-time officers a chance to take vacations, needed time off. If we did have someone sick or out, we had someone to fill in. But like I say, there's no crystal ball. We can't really tell where the numbers are going to be. So it's kind of a guessing game. So that's why we've asked for the decrease in overtime and the increase in the part-time.
Okay, thank you. Like Ms. Hawk would like to get started.
Did anybody mention the balance on it? And our projected, do we have the money in there yet for this year? It usually comes in the fall of the year.
We'll have to check. Miss Elliott's not sure exactly when it comes in, but she'll check.
We just sort of need to look at the balance and what we have planned to spend for the rest of this year, and make sure that we're not obligating that to more money than's there.
Looks like Michelle has some information for us.
Yes, the current cash balance is in a negative. We have yet to receive the fall amount for this year.
I thought we had a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means we're spending in the negative, and that's not good. So we need to look at the whole financial situation there. Because doesn't that usually come in like with the almost time, like September or October? When does it normally come in?
Anybody have an answer to Ms. Hawk's question?
I'm looking at it. One moment.
Because if we've already spent into the negative and there's still more dollars that's needed for this year, it's usually 300,000 or something like that, isn't it, per year? About 325 or something.
Yeah.
Have to keep remembering, just because there's an appropriation does not mean you have authority to spend without the cash.
It looks like we didn't get a disbursement until the end of September last year.
How negative are we?
12,000.
Oh, it's scary. We get written up for that, you know. You're not allowed to do that.
$12,873.
And how much is left in the budget to be, how much?
70,412.
Is left that is in obligations?
Correct.
So 82,000.
Yes.
I don't think this fund will support this budget.
That's my concern. I think we should table this until tomorrow. Let's take a look at, or whatever day is appropriate, and let's take a look at the finances on that.
Because we could always move that part-time into PS Lit.
Right, we just don't want to be spending into the negative ever.
Yeah.
And
So
if
was that a
we-
motion? Was that a motion, Ms. Hawk?
Let's do it.
Unless you want to just go ahead and move over the part-time now, but if we're not going to do that, I move we table this until tomorrow. We can have a better look at the revenue and expenses.
Second.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on Councilmember Hawk's motion to table misdemeanor fund budget?
Okay, so you can just use that one right there.
I don't see anyone who wants to discuss it. So we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Councilor McKim,
Yes.
Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councilor Hawk,
Yes.
Councilor Iverson,
Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councilor Munson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, so we'll revisit this tomorrow. We got through two of the two big ones, so hopefully we can celebrate with some of those delicious looking cupcakes there tonight. And we'll see you back tomorrow for the misdemeanor fund once we have a little bit better understanding of the finances. So we will now move on to the sheriff's office.
Indeed, we will. Let's see here. I muted myself. Wiltz, that's my name. Looking for it.
Hi, state your name.
It's getting late.
I swear.
You know what? In fact, I'm sorry. I've been sitting here for 3 hours and 43 minutes. Can I call for a 5-minute recess, please? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. So we're going to reconvene here at, let's say, 7:50.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
At what time? At what time?
7:50.
Oh, okay.
Kate, we just realized there was an error with the total amount on the jail's public safety lit budget, so we're going to correct that tomorrow.
The one that I read like 4 times.
Yeah.
Yes. My formula didn't capture the correct amounts up here. When I added in that line, it moved some stuff.
Okay.
So it wasn't you, it was me.
For once.
Is the correct amount 721.89?
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. It would be
$721,089.
I think that's what I had. Where did it go?
Is that how you get them to always be?
Yep. Yeah, 721,089.
Yeah, okay.
That's what it should be.
That's what I had too. I didn't know. I thought maybe I made an error, but
No.
that's okay. We'll get that adjusted tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I added in that line, but I added it up here because I was just trying to do something quick. And then when I sorted it, it sorted out of the formulas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
So that is the true amount right there. Sorry.
No problem. So we're reconvened. We will now open the sheriff's office budgets.
The sheriff's office budgets. We will start with general fund. So council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0005, General Fund Sheriff, with personnel in the amount of $4,222,105, supplies $198,101, services $157,120, and zero in capital, for a total budget of $4,577,326.
Second.
All right. Hello, Sheriff Swain and Mr. McLaughlin. Thanks for joining us tonight. Feel free to provide any additional context that you'd like.
Sure. I'd like to point out that it was 35 years ago this week that Scott McLaughlin, who's with me, and I started working with the sheriff's office.
All right.
We're trying to outlast each other, and the reason for the cupcakes was Sam Crow's birthday today.
Oh, nice.
Oh, good.
That's great. What a way to spend a birthday in these budget meetings.
I think he's happier now that he's done.
Congratulations to you both on that tenure. Thank you.
Thank you. Starting off, for the same reason of moving the jail financial director to 40 hours, we want to move in line or account 16,000. Move that to 40 hours for the same reasons noted for the jail similar position. Clerical overtime, we'd like to actually reduce that to 20,000 from 25,000.
Whoops.
We have another in line 18004 sheriff pension. McCready and Keene, the actuary, advises the dollar amount which is reflected here to keep the pension fiscally sound.
Thanks.
There are ways, I think, of keeping that cost down or keeping it from going so high that I'll present in the future when things settle down. One in particular, to be frank, is career deputies who become sheriffs significantly impact the pension. And there's a way of putting caps on what's eligible for pension. So those numbers are driven by the demographics of a particular sheriff's office, and this is what McCready and Keene has sent for this year. Let's see, this is lit, or no, we're here. Yep. Line 24900, ammunition and film processing. We've had a pretty robust, there was a request for an increase due to cost of ammunition, as well as an anticipated decline in fees paid for handgun application fees. We've had a pretty robust year for lifetime licenses. I would request that number drop back down to the 2020 level of $5,100. We anticipate that the increase in lifetime applications will offset our anticipated losses, and would like to research if the county can create its own fund for processing on the 5-year licenses, where the legislature decided to make those free, which they were non-sympathetic to the impact on local law enforcement and taxpayers on obligations they have. Line 30025 on maintenance. We have an increase to 18,000 from 14,000. That just has to do with the maintenance of, that's office supplies and equipment.
It's all the equipment that's been purchased.
Yeah, equipment that's been purchased, just anticipated costs with that. The line below it, training and travel. We've asked for an increase of $5,000 due to COVID. A lot of recertifications and other mandatory trainings, according to my training officer, have been delayed, and a lot of renewals of certifications and other mandated trainings were delayed this year. And so we'll have to do a lot of catching up next year to make sure all of our specially trained deputies with unique certifications can keep those current. Moving down to line 31540, general communication service. We have an increase of $5,600. Scott, can you explain? We didn't.
That's the, we didn't have the paperwork yet, and we just had gotten it there at the last. It's for the tax form system for their cash book and their program that we have to use when we collect and then send off to the state. It's never been in here before as its own listed. It was just under the contractual services part of it, but this year they increased it. And along with that fund was reduced to 40,000 last year and was given back to us 20,000 by the commissioners, but they also gave us about 4 other things that they were covering at the time to help offset the expense. Right now, one of those 4 things for a year is 32,000. So the 20,000 they gave us won't cover it. I'm hoping I can find money in the rest of the fund throughout the year so that we don't have to ask for any additional. I don't like to do that. You'll see that I don't usually do that. But for next year, when we started adding everything up, it's going to go over that amount that we're asking for now. So I'm just hoping that there's always some extra left.
Next line 31580, an increase of $3,000 to $6,000 in professional evaluations. We anticipate having to do more background investigations, psychological evaluations, polygraph for applicants who are on the last leg of being approved for hiring. We don't have these evaluations done at the early part of our selection process for new merit deputies. We've had people leave for other counties and other reasons that we didn't anticipate. So we anticipate an increase in demand on professional services to make sure we hire morally and psychologically sound applicants. Veterinary care, we've asked for an increase of $800 to $2,000 under line 35800 to just address needs of veterinary care for our 2 canine partners. And I think that's it for general fund, general budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Looks like Councilmember Hawk wants to get started. Ms. Hawk, your microphone's muted. Looks like you're still muted. There we go.
Can you hear me now? No?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're good.
Can you now? No.
Yes, yes. Nope. There
Yes.
you go. There you
All
go.
right. 17104. Clerical. Did I understand you? I thought I heard you say you were reducing it.
Yes.
Now, I'm not suggesting you reduce it, but I thought I heard you say you were.
That's correct.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to reduce both of those lines that they had asked to be reduced. I just haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But I mean, he says he's going to reduce it, but it shows it's increasing. Is that an error?
No, it's a correction I wanted to bring up, a late change in the budget request.
So it's a reduction from the amount that was requested.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the same sort of reduction that he had with the other line there with the film and ammo and so forth.
Let's just do it. Council, I move we set line 17104 clerical overtime from 25,000 to 20,000, and simultaneously set line 24900 ammo/film processing from 7,000 to 5,100.
Second.
Okay. A motion and a second. Any discussion on Mr. McKim's motion? Ms. Munson, yes.
Yes. I understand that the clerical overtime is mostly for typing up reports. Could the sheriff tell us more about the use of clerical overtime?
I have Scott as the financial manager and over that division, so I will defer to him. He has a
Sure. For this year, normally the overtime here, other than for the ladies that type the cases, it's used during Little 5 and at the very end of the year to get everything in before we have to report to the state and to the federal. With Little 5 being canceled, that helped out a bunch. However, this year we took on the task of putting all the jail records in the system. They have gone paperless. Several thousands of files have been scanned. I think we're down to our last 3 or 4 boxes, and then the total from the jail will be complete. But there was just absolutely no way that the jail staff themselves could do this. We had 2 dedicated people just for that job only, unless the ladies or somebody up front was caught up with their work, and then they helped get them taken apart and in order ready to be scanned. I didn't want 5, 6, 7 different people handling them because they would not be in the same order. This way, when the jail staff pulls up a file on anyone, it's there and they can see it. Everything's in that order. Any reports that's been done on an inmate that they can go to quickly to get them classified if they need be. They don't have to go through every single sheet like it was before and not in any order. It's all alphabetized. Everything's in date order for them. And pretty proud of the ladies that worked really hard on this, and they've done a really good job. And it's helped out with probation, and they have a link to this site as well so they can get in and get their stuff instead of coming over and visiting or making requests for files and maybe it not being found because it was misfiled. It's all right there for them now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Deckard.
Thank you very much. And Scott, let me ask you a follow-up question to that. So as those things become a little bit more searchable, do you see that it sounds like it eliminates time that for that searching and going through documents, but do you see this maybe helping out down the road for the portions of records that the public would be interested in and filling out, responding to public information requests as appropriate? Can you see help there with that?
Oh yeah, it's a lot more faster now. Before, and it's not putting anyone down. There were so many files over there, and you're trying to fit them in. a lot just weren't in order, and you can spend an hour or two just looking for them, because then some people may have had 3 and 4 packets. So this way you can go right online, go right to that. We can pull everything out that they have to have or what can be released. It's a quicker way for us to redact the stuff that has to be taken out, dates of birth, socials, etc. If there's any juvenile names listed, anything like that, we can take it right out, and then it's there. It's ready to go. So where prior you might spend a week or so getting things ready for somebody, now it's usually no more than a 2-day turnaround, depending on the size of the file itself.
Yeah, I think that sometimes we forget in our processes that, you know, counties by their nature, well, this county, we've got 200 years worth of stuff in some form or shape that piles up every day, and you can get buried trying to respond to just requests for that information, because stuff's just, there's just so much.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on Mr. McKim's motion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
A motion to reduce $5,000 from account line 17104 and reduce $1,900 from account line 24900. Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor McKim? Councilor McKim?
Your sound's gone.
Looks like we're.
I think he disappeared. He's still there.
We're not getting any audio from you, Jeff. It looks like he's saying yes. I can read his lips.
Yes.
There we go.
I can translate dog, and I heard a dog say yes, but not Jeff McKim.
That's my dog choking.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Hawk?
Did you say Hawk?
Hawk.
Right, yes.
Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. Now back to the budget.
Yeah.
Mr. McKim.
So I guess some of the training and particularly the travel related training is going to, for certifications, is going to be pushed out to next year. Does that mean that we'll be reverting some of this line in 2020, or are you going to need to transfer that to make up for other shortfalls?
That's fine.
No, go ahead.
Right now, it looks like it's going to be okay, but it just depends on what the state's going to require. Each year they add new training to the department and for the officers to meet. This one mainly is because they've had to do, as the jail did, with some online classes, which for whatever reason is costing more than being in person. And then where we have training for them, where they meet every other year, and this being a year of some of those that needed to be done, they're combining it into next year, and that's what caused the increase. It's possible that it'll go back down to like it was, but I don't want to further say. Ryan is the one that usually sets all that up, and then when the state sends stuff to him, telling him that here's a new requirement, it very well could be more. But the way things look, it's if anything should happen, it would stay the same as it is right now if this goes. But it's a good chance it could go down.
Thanks. And then the increase in the pension contribution is really substantial. I'm curious if McCree gave any kind of hint as to what about the demographic caused it to go up by so much, or had it been just underfunded for a couple of years, or what's going on there?
The specific demographics, I'm not sure. We have a fairly young department. Through collective bargaining, they were able to get some improvements on the pension the past few years, such as 2% over 20, and a younger deputy being able to retire fully vested at a younger age. All those things are factored in. So I think they could retire if they were hired very young. They could retire at 52 rather than 55, and some other things. And as I had mentioned before, a sheriff who was a career deputy, their pension is significantly changed. And as I had said, that need to have some discussion about some changes in the pension for the future to keep that from being impacted again as it has now. If another career deputy becomes sheriff, then it could be paid, but there's better ways in county government to spend that money. As you're seeing, I'm sure there's other places you'd prefer to spend that money. There's statutory obligations to keep the pension robust as well. But it's every county is different based on their demographics, but career deputies who become sheriff have a significant impact on the pension.
Thank you.
In my head.
Good questions? Comments? Council? Yeah, Mr. Deckard?
All right, I lost control of my mute there. Sheriff, is any of the, I think I'm going to say this right, the Lexipol that you were working on or working with the commissioners, is any of that covered here, or is that elsewhere in the budget?
That's elsewhere. That's within the commissioner's budget. The only thing here is the part-time deputy, where we're moving money around within that line item. I have a retired person with our office who has a tremendous background, and I asked him to come back on a part-time basis to be the project manager. This is a 30-week program with about 3 2-hour meetings weekly just to keep up with all the work involved. So I've not asked for an increase in that, but the only thing affected in what is paid out in the county budget or a county council budget is out of that particular line. Other costs the commissioners have put in with their other computer related obligations, software obligations.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Well, I think we need to read a new updated budget amount and categories based on Mr. McKim's motion earlier that was approved.
Okay. Sorry. Trying to keep both windows open here so I can see what I'm doing. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1000-0005, General Fund Sheriff, with $4,216,013 in Personnel Fund and $196,201 in supplies and $157,120 in services, $0 in capital, for a total of $4,569,334.
Second.
Okay. Any final discussion or questions on the general fund budget for the sheriff's office? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote to accept this budget, please.
To approve the Sheriff's Office General Fund 1000-0005 budget requests with amendments. Councilor Munson?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Council, I move to approve for discussion and review Fund 1000-0626, General Fund Animal Control, with $118,651 in personnel, $12,520 in supplies, $358,000 in services, $0 in capital, for a total budget of $489,171.
Second.
Well, this is our animal control budget. A few years ago, we accepted the animal management officers back into the sheriff's department. They, just so people know, they not only deal with dog and cat complaints, they handle large animal issues with livestock, horses, making sure there's no exotic animal violations. They are law enforcement officers. They conduct criminal investigations if animals have been neglected. And so they do a lot more than a traditional animal control officer that some people might think of. And they have specialized equipment to deal with rescue and handling of large animals. And they do a wonderful job. They're all very dedicated. This is the budget that reflects the work they do. And really the only change you'll see is in line 344040, and that is the agreement with City of Bloomington with the partnership with the animal shelter. And the dollar amount requested just reflects the cost of that interlocal agreement. Everything else has stayed the same for years.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff, are there any questions, any discussion? Councilmember Hawk.
Yes. Sheriff Swain, did you say that interlocal is the final number? Do we have that final number?
That was provided by, that number, that dollar figure was provided by Jeff Cockrell, but I think that's just an estimate that the city gave him. They haven't.
Okay, so we don't, invariably, we get a surprise after we already think we have our budgets because they don't give us the right number in advance.
Yeah.
But let's find out if that's an estimate or if that's the exact amount.
So I did ask Mr. Cockrell this question. I asked him if it had been approved yet, and of course it hasn't. And I asked how solid the numbers were, and he wrote me saying, "I did the math, and I think the number is solid." So you can take that for what it's worth. It's not been signed yet, but I did actually ask him about whether or not those numbers are valid.
Have we seen wide variation in the past from year to year?
We've been surprised before.
I mean, everything's based on last year's numbers. So the thing that varies is the costs that the city wants to charge us for. The allocation itself is based on the previous year's numbers. So they should be, that should be easy to calculate. But I think the question is always what total amount the city wants to allocate between the different users of the animal shelter.
Any other questions? Okay. I think we can go ahead and have a roll call vote to accept the Sheriff's Office General Fund Animal Control budget, please.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wills.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0005 Public Safety Lit Sheriff with the personnel category at $1,260,155, supplies $71,275, services $9,200, capital $20,000 for a total budget of $1,360,630.
Second.
Okay, this is our list. There are some changes from last year. I would like to note line 15175. We're asking for a new position, administrative coordinator at $32,178. That is to help with the demands on the office. Scott can expand more on the reasons for that. Line 15176, just beneath it, I would ask that that be removed at this point. That is a brand new position to answer the case/crime analyst. That's a new position that I think needs refinement and discussion within PAC to determine the job classification as well as the salary level that should be at. An increase in deputy overtime of $5,000 just to meet the demands of the job within the deputies within the lit. We just found that the overtime requirements were a little short. Let's see, and then line 30028, which is training and travel. Once again, there's an increase of $3,000 there, once again, to offset the COVID-related impact on delayed training and the change in how training is done. As discussed before, we may find the impact isn't as hard as what we thought. However, we're just preparing for that change. The online training can be costly. And then moving, and I think that's it. So that's all I have on changes.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff Swain. Any questions or discussion regarding the Sheriff's Office PS Lit budget? Mr. McKim?
Oh, why don't we just go ahead and remove the one position?
Right.
Council, I move we set line 15176 case/crime analyst to 0.
Second.
I mean, I'm interested in that position. I want to hear more, but I agree that it's not fully baked yet, and so it needs to go through the process. And it needs to be refined. But I am interested in hearing more about that when the time is right.
I'm sorry, who seconded the amendment? Because there was some traffic that went zooming by and we didn't hear it.
I did.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, Councilmember Hawk?
Yes. Can you tell me, Sheriff Swain, where the amount of 43,243 came from to begin with? I mean, are you tying it? Do you believe somebody tied it to some other position, or?
It was compared to a position within the prosecutor's office that does similar work to what we anticipated, which was at, was it Comet 3?
Pat 3.
Pat 3.
And 14.
He does a lot of technical work for the prosecutor's office. evidence recovery from phones, as well as court preparation and forensic work. And we thought that was fairly a lot closer in line with this position than I had actually undervalued that position when I initially made my rough budget. So we based it on a similar job within county government, but as I mentioned before, the exact duties of this position, serving public requests as well as addressing some needs that we have within the sheriff's office. I think there's some more refinement in what that job will be and how it should be compensated.
Thank you.
So it sounds like we've got some time here. We can run this through the process with PAC, get a good position description in place, and we'd still have some time to get that done for 2021 if everyone were to agree to that. And like Mr. McKim said, I'm very interested in learning more and seeing this get more refined. And yeah, I look forward to having those discussions. And you can work with Michelle and the council office to get everything lined up for the PAC processes too. Any other questions or comments for the sheriff or Mr. McLaughlin?
Just on my motion.
Yes, on the motion. Okay, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote on Mr. McKim's motion.
On the motion to reduce $43,243 from account line 15176, Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor McKim,
Yes.
Councilor Hawk,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
Councilor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Councilor Iverson,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, so
Okay,
Good.
so I saw Mr. McKim's hand first and then Ms. Hawk.
What is the equipment law enforcement on 47100? Can you refresh my memory about what that $20,000 entails?
Line 471.
It's the very last line, 47100.
Go here.
That's any new equipment or replacement equipment that the officers need, whether it be a car or something here on station. Just recently, we just got the bill for the new helmets that they'll have for gear on the outside. So it's anything that a radio for anybody coming on new, with the car, light bar, anything like that that has to pertain to it.
It's more unexpected expenses due to damage or something just failing completely.
Yeah, I mean, that's not enough, obviously, to buy any vehicles. That all comes out of gap or bond.
Right.
Okay, so it's just replacement of broken capital equipment.
Mostly replacement, but as new officers come on, then to deal with their vests and things like that, we'll buy those as they go.
Okay. Do you have a sense of how much of that line has been used so far this year?
I do not offhand, no.
All right, that's fine. I'll yield. I've got more questions, but others may also.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Hawk.
Yes, I was just wondering, do we have, where's the line item that covers the cameras that they are supposed to, their body cameras?
That is through the commissioners.
Oh, maybe you've already said that. I'm sorry. Why would it be through the commissioners?
For Cume Cap?
I believe it comes out of Cume Cap.
I've got a question regarding the administrative assistant position, the new position request, and how that kind of relates to increasing the financial director's hours from 35 to 40 hours. If that move was made from 35 to 40, would that be, could we kind of see how that goes for a little while before approving this new administrative position? Or both of those needed to cover all the workload involved? Is it something we might be able, if we go to 40 hours, we'd be able to see how that goes for a little bit and then kind of reevaluate?
Sure. This was just basically to help the ladies, mainly with cases, to have a night person so that they're not overwhelmed when they come in. I've got 2 that come in at 6. I've got 1 that's coming in between 3:30 and 4 in the morning because we have to have those cases of arrest to the prosecutor by 8 o'clock. And that's all this was for. I think we can probably, unless the sheriff says different, I think that line itself can be taken completely out because we've got some money in the part-time line where we've been able to train 1 of the 2 in helping us with those. And I think we can do pretty good with it right now.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, that would be really helpful.
Very good.
And if I could add to moving the financial coordinator to the 40 hours, the financial coordinator on the law enforcement side of the jail law enforcement part, I actually have 3 divisions. I have the jail, which Sam Crow is the jail commander, and Russell Brummett is my chief deputy for the law enforcement officers. This financial manager position has similar response. He is a division head as well, which oversees not just doing reports, but child sex offender registry, the tax division, serving the courts, warrants. So the whole civil division, I have a civil division, which that financial coordinator has is on the same tier as my jail commander and chief deputy as far as in my command structure.
Great. No. Thank you.
I certainly have no problem keeping that at 40 hours. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Councilmember Munson.
So I really appreciate the sheriff making these changes with the new positions. That really helps the budget to decrease personnel requests. So I move to decrease line 15175 administrative coordinator from $32,178 to 0.
Second. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions on Councilmember Munson's motion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote on the motion to move that particular line to 0.
Counselor Wilkes,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor McKim,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right. Mr. Iverson.
Yes. Thank you for being here tonight. And I've there's a line for training is 30028. And Scott, one of the things you had said earlier that caught my attention was that maybe it was you, Sheriff Swain, said that a lot of your guys have specialized training that they need. And so my question is I mean, obviously this training line funds training for not only the deputies but also the specialized folks. Is there a list of these types of specialized trainings that exist in the sheriff's department, or what type of specialties these are?
Well, yes, there is. Captain Davis can make that available. He coordinates that. But we're talking about field training officers. We have several of those who train and supervise newly hired patrol deputies, as well as different instructor level positions for emergency vehicle operations, to firearms instructors, defensive tactics instructors. Some of those positions require recertification and attending ongoing education. And then we, of course, have the ongoing education of all the deputies, the mandated hours of training. But that list is available, but there are a few examples of, our canine officers. There's a lot of certification between they and their canine partners that require recertification. And Captain Davis can share and provide that information on the exact numbers and all those details.
This also includes the administrative staff, because there's certain things that they have to be certified in every year or every 2 years. So they're paid out of that same, and it goes for the same in the general fund as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. McKim?
How many vacancies among the deputies do you have right now? I know there were say 4. There were going to be 4.
I think we have 3 at the moment. I'm going off the top of my head. We had a recent vacancy. I think 2, 3 right now. I'm pretty sure it's 3. I forgot one that left to go to a neighboring county that pays more. And that's not a criticism, but that's the reason he left. So I think we have 3 right now. We're going through the process now of filling those positions, and we have some qualified candidates who are already certified through the academy, which means they could be put into service a lot sooner than a applicant who is brand new to law enforcement.
So that brings up another question. So let's say you do have a candidate who's brand new to law enforcement, has not been to the academy. What can they do as a new hire before they actually go to the academy?
Well, for us to mitigate liability, we have them take a basic 40-hour in-service or a pre-basic academy, which is 40 hours of instruction on some basics of law enforcement. They're obliged to have that before they attend the 16-week course at the academy. So we can hire them in anticipation of going to the academy. They have to have a guaranteed spot. There's a high demand for openings at the academy. Some basic employee orientation. So before we put them to work or working in the field, we prefer that they graduate from the academy before entering our field training program. And for a person new to law enforcement, our field training program after the academy is several weeks. We may have someone at the academy and they graduate it fine, but they just can't adapt to law enforcement out here, and we have to start all over again and let them go after training them. Legally, I wouldn't have to send someone. They have to be employed or graduated from the academy within a year of employment, which means you could have them working for 6 or 9 months before they go with no academy training in their background. And that's just not a sound practice. I think it enhances the liability for the county when we do that. So hopefully that gives you a brief background on that hiring practice. If we have a new candidate that's been to the academy, has come from another agency, And for what, you know, there are various reasons people would like to come to Monroe County to live. So we do attract some from other agencies. Then we have an abbreviated orientation field training, and they're ready to be on their own patrolling a lot sooner.
But they would have already gone to the academy through some other law enforcement agency then?
Yes.
Thanks. And do we use any other law enforcement or any other academy other than the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy? Do we use IUs or any?
There's one in southern Indiana, but I've not heard good reviews on it. I will say that, so I've not sent anybody to it. And I found where law enforcement in other states has problems that we've seen, that those states don't have police academies. They're trained locally at an Ivy Tech type classroom setting, and very little ongoing training. What talking around the shop with other sheriffs bordering other states has created some of the issues that we're seeing today. So Indiana is
I guess
not reflective of the rest of a lot of other states in the country. But there's some expense to that too.
Thank you.
Sheriff, are you finding it difficult right now, or do you think it will be difficult to recruit law enforcement officers into your office? I've been seeing a tremendous amount of information that is indicating that a lot of folks are not wanting to go into law enforcement right now. This is not a career path that they're interested in pursuing. Are you seeing any evidence of this?
Yes, the number of applicants we have initially is down significantly. And when, you know, we may have had a couple of hundred applicants, it's down to about 25. We had only about 4 women apply this time, and none of them appeared at our first initial assessment. So a lot of people changed their mind after being succeeding in passing the initial background check, where we invite them to come for a physical fitness evaluation. A lot of people who applied and then were notified that they met our initial standards did not bother to come. They in our application process began before the problems that have been happening nationally, and several of our applicants, I guess, declined to go further in the process. Additionally, I have a set of standards. We've established a set of standards, which I do not lower. There have been times in the past that we've had hiring practices and nobody met those standards, and we started over again. You'll find in a large city, if you look at problems with police there, you can go back about 3 years and find out they had a big hiring event and lowered their standards, and then that problem comes to visit them within a few years. So that's something I work to avoid. We're down to about 10% of the applicants, but we still end up at the end of it with some very good people. And I'm enthusiastic about the applicants we have going through the process now.
Okay, thank you.
I had a follow-up.
Yeah, Mr. Decker.
Sheriff, have you ever thought about maybe for the people that we lose, and I know sometimes they don't, they may just not want to respond to anything, but like applicants that walk off, or even exit for people that depart. I know sometimes there's just good opportunities. Have you ever thought about doing like an exit, either an exit survey or an applicant survey, to figure out like why they did not come here or choose to come here and work for Monroe County?
Change their mind after applying. That's something we could reach out and find out. Some of them have found a agency. They ended up in that process and said that's a preferred place. It's closer to where I grew up. people I found, and I've avoided this, that when I came on, we had some very good officers, but I had a trend of when their wives had babies, they went back home. They were hired from other areas, and that new mommy wanted to be closer to her mommy for some reason. And I've lost about 6 since I've been sheriff that were good officers, but they'd been hired from outside the area, and they went back home eventually. And one of my most recent losses was just that. He moved back to where he and his wife were from after having children. And I found that to be a problem. So I've made a point of hiring people within this region who can live in the county they grew up in and all their roots are, if they didn't grow up in Monroe, and still be deputies. And that's worked out pretty well.
Questions or comments? Yeah, Mr. McKim.
Oh, so Sheriff, you brought up women, and I'm just curious how you go about. I mean, are there places, are there ways you can kind of go out of your way to try to either recruit women, to recruit Black people, other people of color, so that to diversify the sheriff's department? Are there places that you can hire or places that you can look?
Well, once again, if I did that, it would be locally. My chief deputy and I both, especially when we are in a gym or something, there's minorities or women, and we get in a conversation and encourage them to apply with us. Once again, I've gotten away from hiring people from outside the general area simply because they tend to move away after we've paid to train them. Or else I find that some are from outside the area, but their spouse is here. So my problem that I've described is resolved. Their wife wants to come back to Monroe County. That's why I have a deputy with a heavy New York accent. Is they met at IU and she wanted to come back to the area, so here they came. But I'm reluctant to do a national hiring trend simply because we'll just train applicants to go back home. But we always make it a fair process, and I encourage minorities and women to apply. As I say, our last process, we had 3 women applicants, and none of them appeared at the training or the physical fitness assessment.
After 300?
I didn't hear.
Did you say 300?
We had 3 applicants who had applied and passed the initial and were invited to take physical fitness evaluation with all the other applicants, and none of them appeared at the place that they were invited to appear.
All right. Well, if there's nothing further from council, we'll need to update our categories here, and then we can vote on this one.
Sorry, I was muted. Council, I move to open for discussion and review Fund 1170-0005 Public Safety Lit Sheriff with $1,168,254 in the personnel category and $71,275 in the supplies category. And in the services category, $9,200 and $20,000 in the capital category for a total budget of $1,268,729.
Second.
Okay. Any additional comments or questions? I think we've got this one pretty well covered now. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote to accept the budget.
To approve the Sheriff Office Public Safety Lit Fund 1170-0005 budget requests with amendments. Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Spoonmore,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
Counselor McKim.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Sure.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, so that concludes our budget review of the Sheriff's Office, as well as all of our departments for tonight. I'm going to ask here now, before we recess to tomorrow, September 9th, 2020 at 5 p.m., are there any council members who'd like to make comments before we recess tonight? It's been a long night. Okay. Councilmember Wiltz.
Very brief. For anybody from the various departments that presented their budgets this evening, I just want to say thank you for your patience and organization and willingness to help us navigate and figure out what works best financially for the best of the county as a whole. So I just wanted to say thanks.
And if I could add some things, thank you to Kate Wiltz for doing those motions and keeping track of that on the fly, and then Kim Shell and Megan, Kim adjusting an Excel sheet on live TV in a public meeting, extremely important stuff. And I appreciate all that you're doing. I know this is a stressful time as we figure all this out in a pandemic on Zoom, but I think it's so indispensable for us. So thanks to all of you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Well, if there's nothing further, we will recess until tomorrow, Wednesday, September 9th at 5 p.m. here on Zoom. We'll see you all then. We're recessed now. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.